The icy water blocked his attack. Hao stared fixedly ahead. Chen Feng could control the icy water. Impossible. Why had the ice river remained a legend all this while? That was because it was capable of erasing all abilities. Something uncontrollable. That was because all sorts of ability to control were essentially still genetic abilities. Wanting to control the icy water that was a genetic ability eraser using a genetic ability, that was simply a joke. As for the icy water, it was something that would lose its effectiveness within several seconds of leaving the ice river. It was simply something one couldn't preserve. Once, someone possessing a unique ability to preserve everything in its peak condition had tried to preserve the icy water that had left the ice river. However, that attempt had been reduced to a joke. This was because what that person had tried to use was also a genetic ability. After getting in contact with the icy water, this ability lost its effectiveness as well. Controlling it, that was even more impossible. However, right here, with his own eyes, he saw that every time his attack was about to land, icy water would burst out of the ground to block his attack just before the icy water lost its effectiveness. Coincidence? Who would believe that this was a coincidence? Another attack streaked forth. Bang! A gush of icy water burst out. 1 time. 2 times. This bizarre scene stupefied everyone there. Everyone's mouths were stuck agape. This works. As of this moment, Chen Feng and Wang Yao were getting further away from him. Hao inhaled deeply. You are courting death. He was aware that with this icy water here, it was simply a dream for him to use some common methods to damage them. Hence, are you able to block an incorporeal attack? Then, verbal compliance law was his strongest killer move. However, apart from this, he had a lot of 4-star and 5-star secret arts as well. For example, conception of death and life. A 5-star secret art capable of ignoring distance, range, and defense. A secret art that was formed through the fusion of 5 different genetic abilities. It was able to unleash an extremely powerful mental attack that was able to directly appear within the target's body. This ability was in actuality something similar to the early form of the verbal compliance law secret art. It was classified as a curse, a formless attack. A gush of powerful energy converged beside Hao. Hao pointed at Chen Feng. It's over. Everyone's hearts chilled. A lot of people recognized this move. Regardless of whether it was luck or coincidence, the gushing icy water had given them some sort of hope earlier. However, how would one block this conception of death and life? Chen Feng was going to be finished. Everyone's hearts trembled. That bizarre aura locked onto Chen Feng. Chen Feng saw this scene as well. He was aware that Hao had definitely used a fatal ability. However, at this instant, oddly, a smile was instead formed on his mouth. It's over. He lowered his head. Looking at her delicate appearance, he suddenly found that this little girl was unprecedentedly beautiful. Coupled with that red skirt she had on, she appeared incomparably captivating. Chen Feng hugged her tightly and whispered to her, "We must both survive. We will certainly survive." Putong. Chen Feng leapt, with Wang Yao in his embrace. He actually leapt into the icy water without any hesitation. Putong. Water splashed around. Hao's attack arrived. However, the attack vanished amidst the icy water. Regardless of what angle he chose to attack from, he was unable to go through this river of icy water Chen Feng and Wang Yao were currently submerged in. Everyone cried out in alarm. Leaping into the river, leaping into the ice river. This guy had gone insane. One had to know that, once someone jumped into the ice river, one would lose all of one's genetic abilities and become the same as an ordinary person that could only drift along the waves, following the flow of the river. Anyone who did that had 0 chances of survival. Bang! Flowing along the current of the river, Chen Feng and Wang Yao instantly disappeared. They were flushed away. At that final instant, everyone could clearly see that just as Chen Feng's and Wang Yao's bodies entered the water, they were already covered by ice. This was the ice river, a mystical body of water with a temperature so low one couldn't even begin to imagine its coldness. It was rumored that, back then, several thousand warriors, from F-class to A-class, had carelessly fallen into this icy water. Not a single one of them had ever returned alive. Without genetic abilities, regardless of how high one's body quality was, one would still die. That was because, regardless of how strong one's body was, At the instant one dropped into the ice river, one would be frozen immediately. Next, one would drift along with the waves before sinking into the depths of the water as a chunk of ice. Or perhaps one might be devoured by the legendary mutated beast that was said to live in the icy water. There was simply no hope for survival. Distantly, Hao frowned. Suicide. He had never expected that they would actually leap into this newly re-emerged ice river. The ice river that, as per legends, none had ever survived. His wristband buzzed. Hao looked at the screen. The experts from the genetic union were arriving soon. Go. Hao sneered. His ice-cold gaze glanced at Hu Liang and the rest before leaving speedily. Since Wang Yao had fallen into the icy water, his mission was completed. Time to retreat. Shua. With a flash, the two departed at a flying speed. Shortly after they left, numerous terrifying auras appeared. The experts from the genetic union had finally arrived. Where are you running? Bang! A silhouette descended from the sky and immediately tore space apart. Within the torn space, the Hao duo that had just fled was still there. It's you. With a single glance at this newly arrived person, Hao's expression changed greatly. Escape. Verbal compliance law activated. Escape at full speed. The verbal compliance law that he had prepared in advance bloomed at this instant as he transformed into a streak of light and escaped. As for his companion who had saved him earlier, Hao couldn't spare any thought to him. Bang! A descent of endless thunder. How? That person screamed. He activated his celestial body shield. However, he only lasted for 2 seconds before perishing. The celestial body grumbled. The A-class expert was dead. He did not even have a chance to use a second ability before perishing. HMPH. The gaze of the genetic union expert seemed to transcend distance as he locked onto the faraway Hao and streaked forth to chase after him. Currently, some of the experts remained to escort everyone away. With such changes occurring here, not only Hu Liang's group, even their employees in the nearby camp needed to be evacuated as well. Is it possible to save them? Hu Liang looking at the ice river that was flowing at great speed. I'm afraid it's not possible. They sighed. Regarding this river, the genetic union had always kept a record of it. This was something humanity has never managed to touch. Hence, it was sealed. Now that the seal has been removed, the whole extreme Iceland will probably be submerged in the icy water soon. Bang! Bang! Distantly, the earth trembled. Endless icy water gushed out of the ground. Everyone had a solemn mood. They knew that this place was about to be covered by endless icy water. The whole extreme Iceland would turn into a huge river. Here, all genetic abilities would disappear. This would become a forbidden area for genetic warriors. Wang Chun looked at the icy water. Chen Feng, let's go. Hu Liang sighed, as he felt somewhat guilty. It's my fault. Wang Chun remained silent. For such a thing to happen, who could have guessed it? The mysterious organization. A class. Shen Yi. Wang Chun suddenly concentrated his gaze. Help me become stronger. I must become stronger. I want to summon everyone. I want to crush this organization. Wang Chun had a resolute gaze. He had initially believed that he was already strong enough. With his ability to transcend levels to challenge those of higher class, he was even feeling somewhat proud as of late. However, this single slap of reality to his face had thoroughly awakened him. This was a world where dangers lurked everywhere. If he wanted to stay alive, he had to be stronger. Wang Chun inhaled deeply. Chen Feng, go. Shua. Wang Chun left with Hu Liang and the rest. At the extreme Iceland, endless icy water gushed out of the ground. In a short period of time, accompanied by a loud boom, the whole extreme Iceland crumbled, and an endless amount of icy water emerged. Bang! Bang! The entirety of extreme Iceland disappeared. This had thoroughly become the ice river. After a long time, the flowing water returned to its tranquility. As far as the eye could see, there was only an endless expanse of icy blue. This was the ice river, the forbidden area of humanity from the legends. At the same time, somewhere in the ice river, two silhouettes that were huddled together were sinking without stop. Translator's thoughts. Limoston. Patreon bonus 15. Cold. Endless cold. Chen Feng could feel his body becoming stiffer as time passed. This was the water from the ice river, a body of water where the temperature was extremely low yet no ice was formed. It was capable of erasing all genetic abilities. Here, a genetic warrior would be no different than an ordinary person. Shua. Chen Feng's body became stiff. He knew that if this continued, Only death would await him. He had to leave here. Move. He wanted to move his body. However, he couldn't. Regardless of how high the quality of one's body was, the instant one entered the ice river, they would be covered by ice and their whole body would gradually turn into a chunk of ice. I can't wait for death like this. Although his body was stiff, his thoughts were unprecedentedly clear. Within the ice river, he couldn't move his body and could only die. However, Chen Feng was aware that one single ability was still working, his luck aura. Previously, his luck aura had worked on the ice river's water, using it to block several attacks. This was also what gave Chen Feng the confidence to leap into the ice river. He was betting on all the luck value he had on him. All 249 points of luck values he had on him. Let's put it all on the line. Then, ignite. Luck aura. Bang. Chen Feng's gaze was as sharp as lightning. Shwa, shwa. His luck value dropped crazily. Chen Feng had no idea how much luck value he would require or what methods his luck aura would employ to get him out of this. The only thing he could do was hand everything to his luck aura. Hand everything to luck. He believed that his luck aura would be able to grasp onto that single lifeline for him. Bang. His luck value dropped rapidly. Instantly, all 249 points of luck value were exhausted. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared from the depths of the river. The lifeline is here. Chen Feng's heart trembled. However, the moment his spiritual energy scanned the silhouette, his expression changed greatly. That was because the silhouette that had appeared was actually a huge monster, a terrifying mutated beast that resided in the depths of the ice river. It's over. Chen Feng's heart thumped. That was a mutated beast. For it to be able to reside in the ice river, how terrifying was that fellow? The mutated beast seemed to have noticed Chen Feng and Wang Yao swimming within the water. The mutated beast charged at them. Chen Feng wanted to flee. However, he couldn't control his body and could only stare blankly as that huge beast smashed into him and Wang Yao. God damn it! Chen Feng muttered inwardly. After exhausting so much luck value, this was what appeared. What a scam! Bang! With a terrifying force, Chen Feng and Wang Yao were flung away. 10 meters. 100 meters. Bang! Their bodies were actually flung out of the ice river. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Shwa! The icy water remaining on their bodies lost its effect. Instantly, Chen Feng and Wang Yao recovered their genetic abilities. However, what good could this do? The mutated beast earlier had indeed not used any genetic abilities. It seemed that, regardless of whether one was a mutated beast or a human, they would be restricted by the ice river. However, that huge body of the mutated beast had still knocked into his body with a terrifying might. That was a mutated beast residing within the ice river. An odd existence that had been residing under the ice river for an unknown number of years. Chen Feng looked at his own body. First, his body was frozen by the ice river. Next, he had that mutated beast smashing into his body. During that moment of collision earlier, his body had nearly been smashed apart as all major organs in his body were breaking. Chen Feng sighed. I originally thought that I could resist this. Then, only one method remained. Wang Yao, the rest will have to depend on you. Chen Feng sighed as he hugged Wang Yao's body that was no longer stiff. In the sky, the two bodies that were flung out of the water seemed to overlap. Shwa! Chen Feng's consciousness faded. Their bodies kept going up for a while before they started falling back toward the ice river. However, at this instant, a tiny dot of light in Chen Feng's body started radiating. Bang! A terrifying eruption of power. An endless power of flame bloomed. This was the power of beryl rebirth. This gene armament that Chen Feng had mastered before coming here had finally activated at the moment of his death, rebirthing his body. At this moment, they were only 3 meters from the ice river. Bang! The endless flame flowed from Chen Feng's body into Wang Yao's body. That red skirt of Wang Yao's that had lost its luster earlier started radiating, and the tightly shut eyes of Wang Yao opened, shining with resplendent radiance. Bang! The flame appeared so dazzling. When their bodies were less than 1 meter from the ice river, the descent stopped and they started soaring. Whoosh! Soaring higher into the air. Finally, they stopped 1,000 meters above the ice river. There, a thick clump of clouds were hovering. Carefully, Wang Yao placed Chen Feng on it. She had absorbed the majority of the power of peril rebirth. Chen Feng had merely recovered his physical injuries. Hence, he had yet to recover his consciousness. I'm still alive, Wang Yao muttered. Up until now, she still did not dare to believe that there existed someone who was willing to save her. After all, she looked at Chen Feng. Never before had she felt such fascination toward him. She had survived after being attacked by 5 A-class warriors, after dropping into the forbidden area that was the Ice River. When she believed that there was no hope of survival, Chen Feng had created one miracle after another, rescuing her. She stared at Chen Feng blankly before smiling sweetly. The cloud drifted away toward the direction of the mainland. As the ice river had just re-emerged, the sky above it was still empty. However, not long after they left, the aura of the ice river expanded without stop and finally covered not only the water but even the sky above it with that bizarre aura. Ch.201, a mutated beast, was flying on top of the ice river before it suddenly lost all its genetic abilities and fell into the ice river, turning into a chunk of ice. The power of the ice river was recovering to its peak. Amidst the clouds, Wang Yao was staring blankly at Chen Feng. The maiden's heart that had seemed non-existent in her heart was gradually coming alive. So, this is how it feels to like someone? That enchanting and lively pair of big eyes on her delicate petite face was staring at Chen Feng as a smile appeared on her face. Instinctively, her hand reached toward Chen Feng's face. However, that fair, tiny hand of hers simply phased through Chen Feng. She couldn't touch him. What was happening? She was startled awake to find that at an unknown time her right hand had become transparent. She waved her hand. The transparent right hand phased through Chen Feng, like an illusory silhouette. The smile on her face disappeared. The ice-cold reality had once again reawakened that seemingly confused heart of hers. I don't have much left, she muttered. Her right hand flickered unceasingly before recovering to normal. She stood up as the previous cold expression returned to her face. Her ice-cold gaze was looking toward a certain direction. That was where the mysterious organization's headquarters were located. She lowered her head and looked at Chen Feng's calm expression. Suddenly, she smiled. She did not quite understand how emotions worked. However, she was aware that when she was looking at Chen Feng, she felt extremely comfortable and happy. Lowering her head, softly, she planted a kiss on Chen Feng's face. Sweet. Another weird feeling emerged. Seems like those 3 favors will remain owed for a very long time, Wang Yao muttered. If I could relive my life, how good would that be? Noiselessly, the cloud concealed itself as it vanished. Translator's thoughts. Limoston Patreon bonus 25. Somewhere in the wilderness, Chen Feng woke up to find that gentle wave of light was shining upon his body. An ice-cold mechanical sound could be heard. A plump-looking robot could be seen scanning Chen Feng with a scanner without stop. Layers of light swept through Chen Feng's body. Test finished. Target's body is healthy. This place is. Chen Feng raised his head to take a look around him. A familiar environment could be seen. This was a camp of the Genetic Union, and also the nearest camp to the extreme Iceland. Why am I still here? The memories of what happened before he'd lost his consciousness surfaced. Where's Wang Yao? Chen Feng's heart trembled. Something was not right. If the plan had worked. No. With luck or his plan definitely worked. Even if something unexpected were to arise, it would still work in their favor. Hence, both he and Wang Yao should have been saved. Chen Feng looked at the robot. Who sent me here? Nobody. The indication light on the robot flickered as it said, "We found you at the vicinity of the camp!" Chen Feng's pupils constricted abruptly. Wang Yao? Nothing must happen to her. Abruptly, he charged out of the camp. Outside, only a huge mountainous area could be seen. He was currently located at a place that was quite mystical as well. However, different than the extreme Iceland, this was the landscape region, a holy land of tourism. Wang Yao. As far as his eyes could see, there was only an endless expanse of wilderness. Xiaoying. Chen Feng muttered inwardly. He had to find out what had happened. Digitized world activated. Chen Feng entered his digitized world. You should have been around all this while, right? Chen Feng muttered. Replay the scenes that happened earlier. Bang. Light scattered around. His spiritual energy started reconstructing what had happened. With Xiaoying flickering in the air, everything it saw and experienced was once again replayed in the digitized world from a third-person point of view. Light's world. Chen Feng's heart trembled. He saw how Wang Yao brought him away from the ice river. He saw that soft kiss she planted on his face. He saw that somewhat transparent body of hers that was flickering unceasingly. He saw that firm yet regretful expression on her face. He saw her gently placing him somewhere near the camp before leaving silently. At this point, the scene stopped. Only the gradually leaving silhouette of Wang Yao could be seen. She's still alive. Chen Feng exhaled in relief. He was afraid that Wang Yao had gotten herself killed trying to save him. If she was still alive, then all was well. But then, why did she choose to leave? He could clearly see that the change in Wang Yao's state of mind began when her body became transparent. What was that? Why had she turned transparent? What was happening to her body? Chen Feng had a lot of questions. The excessively powerful Wang Yao at the tender age of 18. The Wang Yao that maintained the same appearance despite her age of 18. A previous mutation in her body. Chen Feng still remembered what she'd said previously. Mutation. What was the mutation that had occurred in her body? Chen Feng was more curious about that than others. This was because he was sure that this was related to the reason Wang Yao had left him. Chen Feng had a cold gaze. I will definitely find out about it. In his heart, a flame was ignited. He had initially believed that he was powerful enough. This was especially true after his victory during the Gene Rookie competition. It had given him a feeling that he had a limitless future. However, from this single mission, he'd seen the cruel reality. So those people were how this world's experts looked like. So even A-class experts could die so quickly. So, this was what all sorts of mishaps might happen at any time meant when he read it in mission descriptions. The reality would never work exactly according to one's plans. In this world, countless possibilities existed. However, countless unexpected occurrences existed as well. He had come into contact with Wang Yao several times previously and only had a favorable opinion of her. Only, after this close brush with death, his favorable opinion had transformed into love. However, the more he found out about this little girl, the more his heart ached. Indescribably, an urge to protect her gushed out of the depths of his heart. Hence, he made his move without any hesitation. For the first time, he was finally aware that he was still young. He was still hot-blooded. However, this was also the first time that he'd felt his powerlessness before true power. He had never expected that Wang Yao's strength was at such a height seemingly impossible to reach. She was not just a person in A-class, more than that. She was also among the elites of A-class. That scene where she'd instantly killed 3 A-class experts remained fresh in Chen Feng's memory. In all honesty, if an expert with an incredibly strong defense had not been included in the group, she might have even been able to kill all 5 of them. Is that the reason you left? Chen Feng muttered. Because she was too powerful. And her enemies were even more powerful. That mysterious organization. Chen Feng was simply incapable of rendering her any aid. Apart from this, she was also used to working alone. The weak voice of Wang Yao seemed to once again appear by his ears. All my life, only 2 people have sincerely helped me. One of them was Wang. At my moment of desperation, he begged for mercy on behalf of me, despite the fact that his begging wasn't really effective. The second one was you. She was already used to being alone. With an ice-cold exterior, she covered up that frail heart of hers. Alone, she walked this world, completing her task. How lonesome. That feeling where she was out of place in this world. Chen Feng understood it all too well. Wasn't this how he'd felt when he was first transmigrated here? However, that feeling had only appeared in him because he wasn't originally a person of this world. As for Wang Yao, she was a person of this world, yet she was disassociated from this world. This was what caused the ache in Chen Feng's heart. What have you experienced? Exactly? Chen Feng slightly shook his head. He guessed that that secret of Wang Yao's would be related to that mysterious organization. Everything she'd experienced would be related to that organization. Chen Feng looked at the simulated graph in his digitized world. Where are you now? Shwa. After exhaustion, he had recovered 3 points of his luck value. If he wanted to, he could activate his luck aura, lockdown at any time to look for Wang Yao's exact position. However, what should he do after locating her? Forget it. Chen Feng shook his head. Their relationship was merely in an extremely early stage. He was not qualified to interfere in Wang Yao's affairs. Moreover, he was not strong enough to help her either. Hence, since she had made her choice, he would respect it. However, something like this, He did not wish for it to happen ever again. He had a resolute gaze. It was pointless to remain full of remorse, since he now had something he wanted to do, wanting to no longer be so powerless when under oppression. Then he should become stronger. Now, he was still far from being strong enough. If Wang Yao could reach A class at 18 years old, why couldn't he do the same thing? Become stronger, increasing his rank. Chen Feng's eyes shone. Only with this could he do whatever he wanted instead of feeling powerless when there was something he wanted to accomplish. This was also the initial goal he'd had when he'd first transmigrated here. However, his desire to be strong had never been so intense. Now, the first thing he needed to do was charge into D class. Shwa. His spiritual energy bloomed. He had already recovered his 1,500 points of spiritual energy, reaching the extreme even amongst those in limit mode. Only a single opportunity was required and he would be able to break through into D class. Time to return, then. Chen Feng left the camp. Currently, the uproar caused by the incubated being incident had engulfed the whole of Star City. It was said that, ultimately, Hao had still escaped. He was also the only survivor from that organization. Everyone else from that organization was dead. With this, the mysterious organization had suffered great losses. As for the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association, they had similarly suffered great losses. The loss of several shadow warriors, a peak B-class celebrity genius, and Chen Feng, the Gene Rookie competition champion. There was also that mysterious Wang Yao. Shwa. White lamps were lightened up at Star City to mourn the losses. Even those who had always rejected and despised Chen Feng sunk into silence. At night, when Chen Feng returned, he saw a young lady with an extraordinarily huge chest who was, with a sad expression, looking at a black and white picture hung on Star City's entrance. Chen Feng glanced at that picture and his expression darkened immediately. That was because he was the person in the hung black and white picture. The day had yet to even end but they already had his picture hung there. Miss. Chen Feng patted her shoulder. What is your name? I am Harley, the lady said sadly. Harry Potter. 1. Instinctively, Chen Feng looked at her chest. Very good. As he thought about it, he was certain that he did not know this lady. He pointed at the huge black and white picture. You know this guy? I don't. Harley wept. However, I had vilified him previously. Woo-woo. Unexpectedly, he left us just like this. Moreover, he died trying to rescue someone. This time, I'm here to apologize to him. Chen Feng sighed. Why don't you take a look and see who I am then? Harley turned around and her eyes widened abruptly. As the white light was somewhat dazzling, her crying eyes couldn't be completely opened. However, she could vaguely see a familiar-looking silhouette that appeared so similar to that hung picture. This gave her an odd feeling. Shwa. Harley winked her eyes. Now, the silhouette standing in front of her became distinct as the silhouette seemed to merge perfectly with that hung portrait. Ghost. A scream. Bang. The young lady erupted. Your death is not related to me. I had only vilified you slightly previously, but I never did you any harm. Moreover, it's still not the 7th day too, yet. A succession of gene armaments erupted instantly. Bang! An explosion of light. Chen Feng's expression changed greatly. Shit! Hum! The ear-piercing sound of an alarm. The intense energy undulation put the whole city on alert. Who is it? The guards appeared quickly before it, staring the supposed enemy with stupefied looks on their faces. Chen Feng. ? You are still alive? Soon, Hu Liang arrived and looked at Chen Feng with excitement. That's right, it was him. He gave Chen Feng a firm hug. Hu Liang's emotions surged. You actually survived. Indeed, I survived. Chen Feng pointed at the scars on his body and let out a long sigh. With great difficulty, I survived. Surprisingly, I survived the ice river yet was almost done in by our own fellow producer here. Harley, peak advanced producer. A D-class genetic warrior with terrifyingly powerful spiritual energy. That instant eruption of hers had nearly bombarded Chen Feng to death on the spot. Sorry, Harley stuttered with her face flushed red. It's all fine now. Stop scaring her. Hu Liang patted Chen Feng's shoulder before saying with a solemn expression, I originally believed that, with something happening to you, some things could no longer be further investigated. However, since you have appeared now, there are certain things that you should be aware of. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Come. Hu Liang brought him to the meeting room. In this mission, despite the heavy losses, we still obtained an unexpected harvest. From the bodies of those dead A-class experts, some clues were found. Coupled with the breakthrough we got from the previous information we obtained, we have discovered something new about that organization. Liang turned the screen on. Lights whirled. Some glowing materials were shown on the screen. Numerous projects and scattered contents were shown on the screen. All of them were crazy yet bizarre projects. Some of the projects had a slash on them, indicating that the project was cancelled. Some of them were marked, indicating that the project was in progress. Suddenly, Chen Feng's pupils abruptly constricted. This was because he, at this moment, saw an astonishing title, Parallel World Reverse Transmigration Project. Footnotes 1. Harley is the Chinese pronunciation of Harry. I choose to use Harley instead of Harry because it would be way too weird to have a female named Harry running around. 2. Seventh day, a Chinese folklore belief that the seventh day after death also marks the first milestone on one's journey beyond, as after a 7-day circle most deceased are said to have overcome the initial confusion and begin to realize what have happened to them, thus would return to bid farewell to their loved ones. In short, she thought that Chen Feng was dead and was back to bid farewell to his loved ones. Translator's thoughts. Limoston. Patreon bonus 3.5. This is, instinctively, Chen Feng looked at the timestamp on the project. Astonishingly, it was 4 months ago. What on earth was this? Chen Feng's heart throbbed violently. Reverse transmigration? This organization even had reverse transmigration projects. He concentrated his gaze on this set of information. Although a large portion of the information was damaged, there was still quite a lot of viewable information. 20-year 20-month, first reverse transmigration project. 20-year 20-month, second reverse transmigration project. It would be implemented at least once per week. That long wall of text represented the number of times this project had been implemented. They had been constantly running this reverse transmigration project. The main theme of this experiment was to assume the existence of a parallel world before attempting to summon life forms from other worlds into this world. The term reverse transmigration was coined for this action. However, they had never succeeded. Based on the available information, up to now, this project had been running for several decades with several thousand attempts. However, they had never succeeded. One failure after another. A succession of red-colored fail in the information. This remained until 4 months ago. During the last reverse transmigration run they attempted, all energy supplies were exhausted. The energy of half their place of experimentation was exhausted instantly before the lab exploded. Countless deaths resulted from this. What had happened? No one knew. Based on the information, no alien life form was found. Ultimately, this experiment was labeled an experiment that failed due to an explosion. Chen Feng's emotions surged. That was because the time indicated for the experiment 4 months ago was also the day he had appeared in this world. In other words, the reason he had appeared here was because of this reverse transmigration project. Wait. Chen Feng needed to calm himself down. Whether that was the truth, it was quite simple to find out. Chen Feng did not need to confirm the facts. He only needed to use his luck aura. Suddenly, one of his gene fragments mutated. Luck aura had given him the answer. So it's really related to that experiment. Chen Feng's heart trembled. So, the experiment this organization had conducted at the same time was the lifeline luck aura had found for him when it had first activated back when he'd encountered the earthquake. So that was what had happened? If he was able to transmigrate others without luck aura, what's the probability for this experiment to be successful? Chen Feng asked suddenly. His luck number generator, 1, gave him an answer. A row of zeros. Behind the decimal point, there was a row of over 100 zeros before a single one appeared there. It was a probability so low it was almost impossible. That's good, then. Chen Feng exhaled in relief. In other words, if it wasn't for the luck aura's activation, this project would never bear any results. He did not have to worry about transmigrated people running around everywhere then. Next, he saw another project, the transmigration project. That's right, another project similar to the reverse transmigration project he'd seen earlier, a transmigration project. However, that project appeared even more miserable. A straight flush of red fails on the information. Up until now, they had never successfully transmigrated anything out of this world. Occasionally, When they finally had something disappear, they still failed to find out if that thing had truly transmigrated or had instead disappeared into the void. Transmigration was an action where no feedback could be received. Hence, this project was even more miserable with a much lower success rate. These lunatics. Chen Feng could only say these words. That mysterious organization was simply filled with lunatics. If it wasn't for the Xiaoyan's incident shedding light on their existence, who could have guessed that the numerous terrifying world-threatening incidents were all products of this organization? They had assembled nearly all the lunatics of this world together. They are indeed lunatics. Hu Liang shook his head. However, they were also extremely intelligent lunatics. Chen Feng agreed with that. Hu Liang suddenly asked, "That young lady left?" Chen Feng shook his head. "When I woke up, she was no longer around." Hu Liang did not find that surprisingly. The thoughts of an expert at that level were not something an ordinary person could grasp. Wang Yao, in his eyes, was one such person. Based on their guesses, it was very probable Wang Yao possessed an extremely powerful trump card. That was the reason why, even after Chen Feng had saved her, ultimately, he was the one who'd ended up rescued out of the ice river by her. "You need to be careful," Hu Liang said seriously. "I'm afraid that organization will be paying attention to you now." "I know," Chen Feng replied calmly. "That organization. They were now officially enemies. Just take a good rest for now. The repercussion of this incident are too large. A lot of the information we obtained needs to be summarized by working overtime. If I've guessed correctly, you will receive your rewards tomorrow," Hu Liang said. "Oh?" Chen Feng's eyes shone. Rewards. Choosing any single D-class formula he wanted. He was sure that he would be getting more. In this mission, too many unforeseen events had happened. With the huge contribution Chen Feng had made, one could imagine how ample the rewards he would be receiving this time around would be. Chen Feng smiled calmly. "I will be looking forward to it then." However, after leaving, instead of returning to his room, he left Star City. He had only returned here to file his report so that these guys here would not be doing even more unnecessary things such as organizing a funeral for him. Now, there were still some other things he needed to do. The night deepened. Gold City. Wang family. For the growth of the Wang family, Wang Tanhao had given all he could. Although a while ago he had suffered some losses due to Chen Feng, the Wang family had still persevered over this crisis in the end. At least, they were able to stand tall in Gold City. However, Wang Tanhao was still afraid. He was afraid that Chen Feng would seek revenge against them. He indeed regretted Wang's death. However, compared to the whole Wang family, what was Wang if he wanted? He could at any time find some random woman to give birth to a bunch of sons for him. Chen Feng wouldn't do that. He was now a successful and recognized person. How would he lower himself to seek revenge against the insignificant Wang family? These were the words Wang Tanhao had been using to comfort himself. Even so, he was still constantly startled awake at night by nightmares. In his room. "I'm wrong. Don't destroy the Wang family." Once again, Wang Tanhao woke from a nightmare. In the dream, Chen Feng had arrived. With a wave of his hand, the Wang family had been destroyed. Wang Tanhao smiled bitterly. This dream again, truly. He shook his head before getting up. He was about to calm his mind. However, under the moonlight, he saw a familiar silhouette standing there, calmly staring at him. Bang! Wang Tanhao's heart throbbed violently. It's him. He has indeed come. Chen Feng. He is really standing here at the Wang family's place. Wang Tanhao smiled bitterly. "Are you here to destroy Wang family?" He was aware of Chen Feng's current status. He was also aware of how terrifying the Gene Production Association's headquarters were. For Chen Feng to arrive here quietly, what was he planning? Chen Feng looked around at the environment of the Wang family's place before indifferently saying, "You guys have recovered well." Wang Tanhao was behaving as if a huge enemy was before him. "I have a question," Chen Feng asked indifferently. Wang Tanhao exhaled in relief. "Ask ahead." "What happened to Wang Yao during her childhood?" Chen Feng asked. "Wang Yao?" Wang Tanhao went into a solemn mood. Think properly before you give me the answer." Chen Feng shook the 2 bottles of gene reagents in his hand before showing his personal information to Wang Tanhao. "Trust me, the destruction a master producer can bring is not something you want to witness." Shwa. Wang Tanhao's expression changed greatly. "Master producer?" Chen Feng had reached such a height. "I will tell you. Wang Tanhao smiled bitterly. I will tell you everything. Chen Feng's strength had erased any thoughts of him trying to be smart. I suppose it was when she was about 10 years old, Wang Tanhao said after thinking for a bit. I remember that. Back then, I received a message saying that a certain training camp had taken a liking to Wang Yao's aptitude and wanted to accept her into the camp. An extremely generous reward would be given to Wang family to aid the Wang family in their endeavors to establish themselves in a major city. However, how could I do such a thing? Hence, I rejected it, Wang Tanhao said heroically. Chen Feng stared at him with cold eyes. You rejected them? Oh. Wang Tanhao seemed to suddenly lose his confidence as he gulped before continuing. I initially planned to agree with it. However, it was at that moment that Wang Yao appeared. Did you know? Back then, she hadn't even reached 1 meter in height. But just like that, she had a knife to my neck. You did not resist. Chen Feng was surprised. The Wang Yao back then should have still been a kid, right? This guy here was a genetic warrior. I wanted to. Terror appeared in Wang Tanhao's eyes. However, she was looking at me with an extremely bizarre gaze. I had a feeling that if I were to resist, I would definitely die. Hence, I rejected that training camp. That was the first time she ever did something like that. Subsequently, her doing something like that became a common occurrence. Wang Tanhao had a bitter feeling. Chen Feng contemplated. Is that so? Next, Wang Tanhao continued telling him a lot of things. Chen Feng merely stood there silently as he listened to all these. Evidently, from that day onward, Wang Yao transformed from an innocent child into a cold person who was decisive in everything she did. Apart from Wang, who she would occasionally talk to, she was cold and detached toward everyone else. As for the reason for that, no one knew. Chen Feng was unclear. What actually happened back then? I truly have no idea. Wang Tanhao was puzzled as well. He had no idea why his daughter hated him so much. There had to be a reason for that, right? Even if he had abandoned her mother back then, through the years, Wang Yao had been treated kindly, never starved, right? Even if their relationship wasn't that amiable, she wouldn't hate him that much, right? Moreover, that gaze filled with killing intent. This is everything I know. After saying everything he knew, he begged, I beg you, please, let the Wang family off. Act intelligently if you know what's good for you. Chen Feng left calmly. Back then, when he'd left Gold City, the moment he learned about that organization's existence, he had already lost his interest in the Wang family. If Wang Tanhao had to be killed, Wang Yao should be the one doing it. Behind him, Wang Tanhao expressed his gratitude in fear and trepidation. He was also once an ambitious and ruthless character, one of the tyrants in this Gold City. However, for the so-called family, his daughter left him and his son was dead, and the current him had ended up in such a situation as well. One could only say he'd gotten what he deserved. Light could already be seen on the initially pitch-black night sky. Time to go back, Chen Feng muttered. Soon, he took the Iron Cloud and returned to Star City. His wristband buzzed. His mission rewards were ready. Footnotes 1. A recap: since before this the author had never used a proper term for this. Luck number generator, a situation where Chen Feng uses the gene fragments in his digitized world to represent different numbers. Next, he will activate his luck aura and randomly grab some gene fragments that would represent the numbers which he was looking for. For example, the coordinates of his enemies. Translator's thoughts. Limoston. Patreon bonus 4-5. Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. What will the reward be? Shwa. Light's world. With a glance at the reward, Chen Feng's expression immediately darkened. Congratulations for completing the purification mission. Reward: any chosen D-class Formula X1. That's it? Chen Feng flipped the screen around. Nothing else. Only this. Are they scamming me? Chen Feng felt powerless to even berate this. Although this was the initial intended reward for this mission had truly been dangerous. Even a battle between A-class experts had broken out due to this mission. Obviously, the difficulty of the mission had been greatly increased. Such a mission, yet only this single reward. At the same time, Huliang arrived. Have you received the reward? Huliang asked with a smile. Chen Feng grudgingly sighed. Old Hu, you are being dishonest here. This guy had been trying to trick him since he joined the headquarters. All this while, Huliang had been trying to trick him into completing the purification mission. However, this was what he received as the reward after the mission completion. Haha, Hu Liang laughed heartily. I knew you would be dissatisfied with this, kid. He passed a delicate-looking case to Chen Feng. This is your compensation for this mission. Oh, Chen Feng's heart throbbed. In all honesty, this thing here. Hu Liang had a complicated expression. Even I am somewhat enticed by this thing. Initially, they'd wanted to reward you with all sort of formulas. However, such things are something you can get any time, as long as you put in some work. Hence, I combined all your contributions to apply for a single item for you. An item countless people here yearn for even in their dreams, Hu Liang said slowly. Shwa. Chen Feng opened the case. At this instant, a dazzling radiance appeared. A power that caused one's heart to palpitate bloomed from the case. This is a power that belonged to an expert. Chen Feng looked at the case. Within, a shiny silver badge could be seen. An ice-cold radiance that appeared incredibly real surrounded it, giving it an incomparably holy appearance. Chen Feng was now filled with anticipation. What is this thing? Try touching it, Hu Liang said with a smile. Carefully, Chen Feng stretched out his finger. Right as his finger touched the badge, the space in their immediate vicinity seemed to freeze as boundless radiance started shining between Chen Feng and the badge. Shwa. Lights whirled. Surprisingly, the silver badge disappeared. The silver radiance transformed into a bizarre and shiny symbol that was gleaming on Chen Feng's forehead. Subsequently, the radiance around them seemed to retreat into the symbol on Chen Feng's forehead. Shwa. The radiance vanished. Everything returned to how it had been. Chen Feng rubbed his forehead. There, nothing could be felt. Chen Feng was astonished. What is this? He couldn't see or feel anything. However, he could feel a gush of terrifying yet formidable power hibernating within his body, ready to erupt at any moment. That power was astonishingly formidable. Absolute God. Hu Liang had a solemn expression. It is something only a person who has greatly contributed to the Gene Production Association is entitled to possess. In all honesty, your contributions alone are still not sufficient to obtain this thing. Only after taking your potential and that young girl Wang Yao into consideration did the application to reward you with this pass. The usage of this thing. Hu Liang paused for a bit. It is a power condensed by a super expert. If you meet with any danger, the clone of that expert will descend upon you temporarily. It will be equivalent to a second life for you, Hu Liang said seriously. Chen Feng felt doubtful. A reinforced version of Peril Rebirth? No. Hu Liang shook his head. They are in completely different levels. Peril Rebirth is indeed a powerful gene armament. However, it is only powerful compared to those in C-class. But this thing here, it will not fear even some of those A-class experts. Moreover, Peril Rebirth is only useful to give you an instant recovery, only capable of unleashing the power of a peak C-class warrior. What if your enemy chooses to make another move after that? You will still die. However, this absolute guard, it is capable of dealing with any sort of enemy for you, Hu Liang said seriously. Naturally, if it's possible, I hope that the day where you need to use it never comes. Chen Feng felt doubtful. Why? Because its biggest function is not to kill someone, instead, it's to protect someone, Hu Liang said with a deep tone. Hence, even though it possesses an astonishing killing power, it was never meant to be a tool to kill. Instead, it was created to protect a producer. The reason for that is simple. Have you ever heard of abilities such as a killing curse? Hu Liang asked. Chen Feng nodded. Killing curse. Abilities in the curse series were capable of ignoring distance and locking down on their target immediately. As such, they were incredibly terrifying due to their ability to kill someone from thousands of kilometers away. Something one wouldn't be able to guard against. This was something truly terrifying. In this mystical era, killing curses represented mysteriousness and viciousness. Moreover, there even existed some killing curses capable of breaking through the defenses of a city. One could never offend a person with a killing curse ability. If one had no choice but to offend such a person, one had to try their best to kill that person on the spot. Otherwise, one might just end up living the rest of one's life living under the shadows of killing curses. These were the most commonly known sayings on killing curses. Countless people were made cautious due to this saying. The absolute guard can even block a killing curse, Hu Liang said. The so-called killing curse was able to ignore distance. However, it still needed to lock onto a target. If one chose to use a killing curse towards someone with absolute guard, one would feel a gush of terrifying power within the target. The moment the killing curse was activated, the killing curse user would be counter-killed immediately. The power of Absolute Guard was much more terrifying than one could imagine. Chen Feng felt doubtful. What if a person were to use a weaker killing curse to waste the Absolute Guard before using a stronger curse against the target? How is that so easy? Hu Liang rolled his eyes. If a person wants to waste the Absolute Guard, a killing curse that is capable of killing you must be used. As for those weak killing curses, you will be able to block them by yourself, right? That's true. Chen Feng finally understood. Nuclear missile. This was simply a nuclear missile. One had to know that, for these killing curses, the deterrence effect it had was much more powerful than actually using it. The Absolute Guard was also in existence with such a deterrence effect. As long as this thing existed, anyone planning to use a killing curse on Chen Feng would not dare to do so. At the very least, two killing curse warriors capable of insta-killing Chen Feng needed to make a move at the same time to kill him. And even with that, one of them had to be prepared to be counter-killed by the Absolute Guard. This was the Absolute Guard. With this, it could be said that, from today onward, Chen Feng had obtained an extremely powerful protection charm. With this reward, taking this mission was worth it. Those were merely the surface level rewards. After he finished his explanations on Absolute Guard, he continued, saying, "There's also some hidden rewards for you. For example, a limit breakthrough project that was designed just for you." Limit breakthrough project. This referred to projects customized for promising producers. Chen Feng was now at the peak of E-class with 1,500 points of spiritual energy. Thus, the Gene Production Association had provided him with a perfect route for breaking through into D-class. Free materials would be provided for Chen Feng to start a short-duration gene production training program. This would help Chen Feng greatly increase his production level before breaking through his limit. Never-ending gene productions were, in actuality, the most optimal method for gene producers to break through their limit. Duration, half a year. In half a year, Chen Feng would definitely enter D-class. In half a year, Chen Feng's production level would definitely have an all-around increase as well. Half a year. Chen Feng shut his eyes. Half a year. For accumulation and improvement. Half a year of recovery and tempering would truly enable a gene producer to possess a much higher production level. After all, at its core, the focus of a producer was still to produce genes. As far as gene producers were concerned with, the only point of breaking through their limit was to enable them to produce better gene reagents. Believe me, Hu Liang was feeling proud. All the producers that went through this special training ended up stronger. The more talented the producer is, the more the producer will learn from the special training. For you, this is also the best opportunity. Moreover, this special training is specially customized for you. Hu Liang looked at Chen Feng with a gratified expression. Chen Feng was the only person to have ever qualified for a customized training program less than a month after joining the headquarters. It was at this moment that Chen Feng finally opened his mouth. "Sorry, but I have to reject that offer." "What?" Hu Liang was dumbstruck. Translator's thoughts. Lime Austin. Patreon bonus 5.5. All bonus chapters posted. Once again, a big thank you for all Patreon supporters. You guys are the best. Smile. Patreon link, https://www.patreon.com/limeaustin. Rejected. Hu Liang was somewhat dumbstruck. How could Chen Feng reject this? This was a customized limit breakthrough project for him. Something a lot of producers yearned for even in their dreams. There, one would obtain unlimited materials and the guidance from producers of the highest rank. There, the best resources and equipments for limit breakthrough were available. One could say that, in the whole of Star City, that was the best venue to increase one's strength, and it guaranteed great changes within only half year's time, enabling one to have an all-around improvement in one's strength. That was also a place commonly known as the Holy Land of Producers. Hu Liang widened his eyes. He was wondering if Chen Feng had heard him correctly, so he said, "Do you want me to explain it to you one more time?" "There's no need for that." Chen Feng shook his head. He'd heard Hu Liang loud and clear. Greatly increasing his production level in half a year's time, breaking through while he was at it, this was definitely something a lot of producers yearned for. However, for Chen Feng, it was far from enough. Production level. This was pointless for Chen Feng. Although Chen Feng was a mere E-class warrior, he had already passed his Master Producer's certification, becoming a full-fledged Master Producer. What had he been improving in the past? Success rate, foundational knowledge, or concepts of production? None of these were required for him. As far as Chen Feng was concerned, the only thing limiting his production level was spiritual energy. As long as he had enough spiritual energy, he could even produce A-class gene reagents this very moment. Hence, all these training programs were simply a waste of time for him. Half a year. He hadn't even been a producer for half a year. For Chen Feng, the only thing he needed to increase was his spiritual energy. Combat power. Production level was simply an extra thing that he picked up while he was increasing his spiritual energy and combat power. His current production level was sufficient for him. If he continued wasting time in this aspect, it was simply too much of a waste of time. Hence, Chen Feng's next step would be to increase his strength and get into D-class as soon as possible. You, kid. Tu Liang was furious and spent one whole hour giving earnest advice to Chen Feng, to the point of almost tiring himself before choosing to make a compromise. Alright, you can choose to not join this training program, but you can't do anything reckless. Hear that? Tu Liang was so worried he felt like his hair was turning white. There were benefits to recruiting geniuses into the headquarters. However, there were troubles that accompanied these geniuses as well. These bastards were all people with their own thoughts, and at times, they would simply ignore the seniors such as Hu Liang. Among these geniuses, Chen Feng was the most stubborn one among them. Understood. Only after Chen Feng nodded to express his agreement did Hu Liang leave. In the room, Chen Feng stretched. Despite not sleeping the whole night, he was feeling exceptionally awake. Reward. He fixed his gaze on the screen. Absolute Guard was a pleasant surprise. It would also be an extremely powerful trump card of his. However, this D-class formula he got to choose was also the very thing that would enable him to enter D-class. A major step for him. He opened the gene bank. Lights world. A huge amount of D-class gene formulas flickered in the air. Filter, fusion gene reagent formulas, Chen Feng said calmly. His current goal was to break through. Hence, he could not be blinded by these seemingly formidable D-class gene reagents. Lights world. A huge amount of gene formulas disappeared. Filter, 4-star and 5-star formulas, Chen Feng said coldly. Once again, a huge amount of gene formulas disappeared. Only the rarest and the most precious 4-star and 5-star formulas were left behind. Chen Feng was planning to look for the strongest gene for himself, which would suit me. Chen Feng's brain moved rapidly. Flame, body, curse, all sorts of genetic abilities. Finally, he locked onto 3 of them. The first gene he locked onto was an ability under the spirit enhancing category. This was a 5-star D-class special gene, capable of giving the user a 50% passive growth in spiritual energy. This enabled the user's spiritual energy to be forever above those in the same class. This was an extremely powerful gene. If Chen Feng were to fuse with this his future spiritual energy improvement would be extremely fast. It would also be extremely helpful in his profession as a producer, as he would be able to produce gene reagents that were better and more powerful. The second gene he locked onto was an ability under the flame attack category. This was a 5-star D-class attack gene that possessed extremely powerful flame-type attacks. It was able to unleash a flame attack with an amplification of 500% his regular damage. With 1000 points of spiritual energy, one would be able to unleash an attack equivalent to someone with 5000 points. Incredibly frightening. And all this was even before this ability was fused into a secret art. Due to the attribute of this ability being the extremely popular fire attribute, it was extremely easy for one to assemble this ability with other suitable abilities to create an extremely powerful secret art. If he were to learn this, in the future, Chen Feng would possess an astonishingly powerful attack. He believed that, after combining this ability with his Myriad Illusions ability, something even more powerful would be unleashed. The third gene he had locked onto was an ability under the support category. This was also a 5-star D-class gene. However, it was used to support oneself during combat. This genetic ability was able to condense energy and assemble it into equipment. For example, energy armor, energy sword, etc. Theoretically, as long as one had sufficient energy for it, one could arm oneself to the teeth. Chen Feng had chosen this ability due to its function that was capable of both offense and defense, a seemingly omnipotent ability. The public believed that this ability wasn't a particularly good one, though. However, Chen Feng was attracted. That was because the stronger the provided energy was, the stronger the assembled equipment would be. Under normal circumstances, the amount of energy one could muster was limited. However, if all the energy erupted from his unlimited wind blade were to be used in tandem with this ability to assemble equipment, how powerful would he become? Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. He had witnessed Link's energy mechanical armor before. It was indeed powerful, but it was also riddled with flaws. That was, after all, still a gene armament, a single-use consumable item. After using it, there wouldn't be more to use. A gene reagent was, after all, still something that could only give someone a momentary ability. As for genetic abilities, they were something whose existence was everlasting. Which should I choose? Chen Feng contemplated. All three of these were extremely suitable for him. However, after filtering, he chose to remove the spirit-enhancing ability. The reason was simple. Presently, he lacked offensive methods. Regardless of how powerful a gene producer appeared to be, at its core, that person was still a genetic warrior. They would still need to battle pure spirit enhancements. It would be pointless. Just look at how Wang had died. He was a person who possessed an extremely powerful spirit-enhancing ability. However, due to his lack of offensive methods, his combat power was nearly non-existent, and he ended up killed by Chen Feng. Flame attack? Chen Feng hesitated for a long time but still decided to give up on it. Despite how powerful this ability was, abilities in the fire category had too many users due to their popularity. Due to that, abilities capable of restraining fire-related abilities were incredibly common as well. Hence, Chen Feng decisively gave up on this ability. As for the other available abilities, Chen Feng had taken a look at them. They were mostly comprised of 4-star genes or genes with insufficient power. Hence, he had given up on all of them. Chen Feng tapped on the confirmation button. The gene formula's data appeared. Timber Raccoon Fusion Gene Reagent. Difficulty, 5 stars. Restriction, D class. Introduction, using the Timber Raccoon's blood essence as the core. Refine the Timber Raccoon's gene using all sorts of precious materials to produce a fusion gene reagent. Function, obtain the energy equipment ability. Energy equipment, envelopes one's body in energy before assembling the energy into equipment. The assembled equipment will be able to unleash 100% of the supplied energy's power. The higher the amount of energy provided, the stronger the equipment will become. Suitable for close combat. Then, Chen Feng's emotions surged. He had finally confirmed his third genetic ability, energy equipment. Despite the fact that this ability was only capable of unleashing a power equal to 100% of the supplied energy, quite lacking compared to other abilities such as the earlier flame ability capable of unleashing 500% power, this ability Chen Feng had chosen had no upper limit. With his unlimited wind blades, how powerful would his energy equipment end up? No one knew. Moreover, this was simply the standard set of information provided by the management. Since Chen Feng had decided to produce his own fusion gene reagent, he would definitely mutate the formula before improving it to produce the strongest version of this formula. Then, let's do some investigating on this Timber Raccoon. Chen Feng started researching online. Information regarding to Timber Raccoon appeared on his screen. Spicy Timber Raccoon, 388 yuan. Aromatic Timber Raccoon, 688 yuan. Soy Paste Timber Raccoon, 988 yuan. Question mark. Chen Feng's expression stiffened. What the heck was this? What on earth were these? Chen Feng was somewhat dumbstruck. He went through several pages of search results. However, all he could find were restaurants. Even the pop-up advertisements were all food-related. Finally, when he reached the 4th page, he found some genuine information. Timber Raccoon, a D-class mutated beast. It was an extremely nimble beast capable of solidifying energy. Both its offense and defense were quite good, and in addition, it was a species that had a tendency to group together, making catching them quite a hard feat. Its meat was loved by the masses due to it being tasty. Chen Feng read the final sentence. That's right. Tasty meat. Due to their ability to solidify energy, apart from unforeseen events, the Timber Raccoon's body would always be under the protection of the solidified energy. Hence, its body would be in an extremely good condition. Tasty meat. Moreover, after consuming its meat, there would even be a weak spiritual energy recovery effect. Chen Feng. So the fangs of the foodies have even reached D-class mutated beasts nowadays. Too terrifying. Did the beast not need its face? That was a grand D-class mutated beast, an existence countless newbie warriors could only look up to. Now, though, these beasts had turned into food. Silently, Chen Feng ordered a set of the timber raccoon dish. His rationale being that, since he was going to start hunting timber raccoons, he needed to get some understanding of this beast. Soon, the dish he ordered was delivered. As he took a look, there were only several pieces of timber raccoon meat within. No wonder this dish he ordered had been so cheap. He tried it. That taste. Chen Feng frowned. After finishing, he felt that his understanding of the timber raccoon was still not deep enough. Hence, he ordered another dish. So it is actually beneficial for spiritual energy recovery. Chen Feng ate 3 dishes in a row to confirm this fact. Despite the low amount of recovery, that refreshing feeling was quite distinct. This meat was actually so tasty after it had been processed. Timber raccoon, Chen Feng muttered. He had not tried the taste of timber raccoon due to him being a glutton. Instead, it was because, if the timber raccoon was truly so popular, it wouldn't be too easy for him to hunt timber raccoons. If I want to improve the timber raccoon formula, I'm afraid the blood essence of an ordinary timber raccoon won't do. Chen Feng muttered. The act of improving the formula was to unearth the potentially hidden genes within. Furthermore, the redundant or superfluous parts of the original formula would also be modified to optimize the formula. Hence, Chen Feng had to choose the best blood essence he could get for this. The blood essence of a timber raccoon leader would possess much more powerful genes within compared to the blood essence of an ordinary timber raccoon. However, Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Helpfully, there won't be any problems. The next day, he reached the withered prairie. Here, a mystical withered grass could be found. The expanse of withered grasses on the prairie was like a huge yellow ocean. As such, this place was named Withered Prairie. This was also the place where the timber raccoon population was most active. Timber raccoon, Chen Feng walked out of the Genetic Union's camp. However, there wasn't even a need for him to go further. Only a single glance from the camp entrance was enough to cause his complexion to darken. People everywhere. Everywhere his eyes could see, there were people. Our timber raccoon hunting squad of 3 lacks 1 more member. We will be able to move out immediately after a genetic warrior with detection abilities, good eyes, and nimble hands joins us. We already have an expert hunter in our team. It won't be a problem for us to capture even 3 of them per day. Our squad is definitely a professional squad, definitely not a scammer. All the income will be distributed evenly. Our trustworthiness is guaranteed. If we were to lie, we will all die. Our timber raccoon hunting squad of 2 is still recruiting 2 members. A specialized hunter is required. Those hunters that can only capture 1 out of every 10 they see are not welcome. The bustling scene there alarmed Chen Feng. Chen Feng had gone to quite a number of Genetic Union camps. However, he had never once seen a camp so crowded. To think that he had always believed that only tourist spots would be so busy. Here, Chen Feng was shocked. An unending stream of squads entered the withered prairie to hunt timber raccoons. Tendency to group together, strong defensive capabilities. Under the pure amount of humans here, all these were useless. Did I choose the wrong location? Chen Feng muttered. He studied the map and found that there were still several locations where timber raccoons were active. Riding the Iron Cloud, Chen Feng spent 1 whole day visiting all these locations. Subsequently, he returned with a lost expression on his face, because everywhere he went, there was similarly a huge crowd of people. All these people were there to hunt timber raccoons. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Have these people gone crazy? Only after checking online did he find the reason for this. A single timber raccoon could be sold for 100,000 yuan. After hunting these timber raccoons, they would sell them to the restaurants. The restaurants would cut the meat into pieces before cooking them and selling them as dishes, which allowed them to earn a nice margin of profit. Moreover, timber raccoon hunting had even become a full-fledged occupation. Hunting, reselling, selling. A complete supply chain had already been formed, centered on the timber raccoons. Why has it ended up this way? Chen Feng's head ached. He had never imagined that he would encounter such a situation. When he went beast hunting in the past, he only needed to consider the safety aspect. Now, Though, forget about the Timber-Raccoon leader. Even a Timber-Raccoon that was alive was nowhere to be seen. Was he about to face failure for such a reason? Even the thought of that pained Chen Feng to no end. Chen Feng frowned. I need to think of something. Charge inside with my luck aura activated. In all honesty, the amount of people here was too high. If his luck aura were activated, the luck value exhaustion would definitely be terrifying, as the luck values would have to make sure that he could avoid every single group here that was hunting for Timber-Raccoon leaders. Every single one of them. Even if only one luck value was used for each team. Chen Feng reckoned the pitiful amount of luck values he had would still be insufficient. What to do? Then, Chen Feng sank into a short contemplation. Perhaps. He looked at the 20 points of luck value he had. He had been saving them since yesterday, however, he had not recovered much. However, since the amount was low anyway, he wouldn't mind trying to use it in a way he did not normally dare to alter reality. A hypothetical if the luck values were used to provide some assistance in hunting for a Timber-Raccoon leader, with these 20 points of luck value he had, how much of a help would it be? Chen Feng inhaled. Let's try. Luck aura fully activated. Shwa. Luck value dropped rapidly. 5 points. 10 points. 15 points. Shwa. Luck value fully exhausted. With his eyes shut, Chen Feng could feel that his luck aura was indeed working. However, he had no idea what the luck aura had worked on. That's it. Chen Feng felt somewhat regretful. Indeed, 20 points of luck value are still too much of a stretch. Chen Feng shook his head. Suddenly, his wristband buzzed. Your close friend has been detected accepting a relevant mission. Chen Feng's eyes shone. Mission. Friend's mission? He turned his screen on and found that it was Xuf. Xuf had accepted a mission related to Timber-Raccoons. However, Xuf had rejected the system's request to have the details of the mission revealed. Chen Feng tried contacting him. Xuf. Haha. Chen Feng, it has been a while. Xuf's shiny bald head appeared on the screen. You accepted a Timber-Raccoon related mission? Chen Feng asked frankly. Yeah? Xuf smiled happily. Some rich guy released a mission to hunt Timber-Raccoon leaders. It was quite a coincidence. I heard that he had initially made his choice and chosen a squad among several available D-class squads. However, just as he was about to confirm his choice, he saw the information of our squad and felt that we were more suited for the mission. Hence, he chose us for this mission. Oh, Chen Feng's emotions surged. Indeed, altering reality. It had worked. Chen Feng was excited. Even if only 20 points of luck value were used and nothing major had happened, this proved that his luck aura could truly alter reality in such a unique manner. If his luck values were sufficient, he suddenly remembered a movie he'd watched during his previous life, Final Destination. Killing people through coincidence. If he had sufficient luck value, he would be akin to the death in the movie, killing through coincidences. Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. Such a day will arrive. You want to join this mission as well? Xuf asked curiously. I need some Timber-Raccoon blood essence. Chen Feng suddenly smiled as he asked. Do you need an extra member in your squad? Xuf's eyes shone. Chen Feng wanted to join. If that was the case, he would definitely need this extra member. At Star City, Tu Liang was handling the aftermath of the Ice River incident. Suddenly, he received an update that Chen Feng had gone to the Withered Prairie to hunt for Timber-Raccoons. A great producer like him had actually once again gone out to take risks. Can't this bastard tone it down and rest for several months? Tu Liang was bursting with rage. How many days had it been since the Ice River incident? Was Chen Feng not afraid of death? Ordinary producers were all extreme shut-ins, to the point where the Gene Production Association needed to think of ways to persuade them to go out and temper themselves. As for Chen Feng, he was simply a bastard that couldn't sit tight for one moment. Don't worry. Beside him, old Zuan hurriedly said, with absolute guard, he's much safer, even when compared with you. Furthermore, this kid is walking his own path. It's best for us to not meddle in it too much. What I did was for his own good. Tu Liang was furious. Protecting him could be considered as meddling in his affairs as well. Hee. Old Zhu sneered. Have you forgotten about the geniuses our organization has nurtured so far? Tu Liang was immediately speechless. Geniuses. The Gene Production Association had indeed nurtured some of them before. They had adopted orphans and exhausted their resources to train countless powerful geniuses. These people were all very formidable. However, none were capable of surpassing their predecessors. This was truly depressing. All the geniuses they'd nurtured based on optimal nurturing methods were simply like mirror images of each other, as if they had all been carved out of the same mold. As for Chen Feng, he was totally different from those geniuses. Totally unconventional. Don't be overprotective, lest he become a copy of one of those geniuses we nurtured, old Zuan hurriedly said. Chen Feng was able to reach where he is currently due to his freedom to act as he wished. It's sufficient for us to give him fitting assistance whenever required. As for the rest, it will have to depend on himself. Hu Liang's heart trembled. He had never expected old Zhu to actually have a higher expectations for Chen Feng than him. After finding out about Chen Feng's talent, he had been in a rush to give Chen Feng the best they could so that he could become stronger and more formidable. With the same talent, comparatively, when supported with more resources, it should be better than him doing things by his lonesome self, right? This was what Hu Liang had always believed. However, who could have guessed that old Zhu actually had a completely reversed thought process compared to his? As he thought of all those geniuses that had not met their expectations and had failed to surpass the predecessors despite all the resources the organization had spent on them, Hu Liang sunk into silence. Chen Feng. He stared outside of Star City. Would the path this child treaded by himself truly be better than the optimal path Hu Liang chose for him? At a certain spacious abandoned factory, countless experiment materials could be seen piled up within. Within the rows of vehicles in the factory, numerous dying mutated beasts were locked on their bodies. Numerous pinholes could be seen. Weak roars could be heard coming out of the mouths of these beasts. On the floor, the materials that were supposed to be arranged neatly were currently arranged in a disorderly manner. The whole place was in chaos. A middle-aged man could be seen watching a recorded video with a serious expression. Here, they were mainly focused on researching the genes of mutated beasts to look for a more formidable power among the recessive genes of these beasts. They were looking for a source of power similar to dark energy, seeking a power capable of changing the world. After over 10 years of research, their results were quite minimal. However, outside of everyone's expectations, just as they'd been about to give up on their research and discard this project, an astonishing change appeared in their research. A timber raccoon leader had risen out of their kitchen. That's right, kitchen. This was originally a timber raccoon caught here as their food. Their lunch today was supposed to be roasted timber raccoon. However, the timber raccoon that already had the condiments rubbed on its body and was prepped for roasting had suddenly started raging. With cumin paste all over its body, it killed a chef and the 2 other D-class guards before escaping in a carefree manner. This fellow. The middle-aged man's gaze was burning. The chef was dead. Nobody cared about that. However, this raging timber raccoon leader had brought help to their failing project. That power displayed that far exceeded a normal timber raccoon leader. That mystical mutation that had occurred in it. Something had definitely happened to this timber raccoon. Chase. We must capture it. Regardless of what the reason for the mutation is, I must obtain it. The middle-aged man's gaze was filled with killing intent. Currently, at the withered prairie camp, Chen Feng finally met with Xuf's group. Ziling appeared as pretty as ever, Monkey's gaze appeared brighter than before, and Taishi's sturdy body was ever so imposing. As for Xuf, he was the same old him with his shiny bald head. Your head is shinier now, Chen Feng praised. Scram, Xuf said grudgingly. Wasn't this the work of your legal ally? However, now that he had a better understanding of how terrifying Wang Yao was, he no longer dared to utter such words out loud. Let's talk about the mission. All right. They walked over to a quiet corner. Xuf's mission was quite simple. They only needed the corpse of a timber raccoon leader. As for the blood essence, after the death of a timber raccoon, its blood essence would disappear shortly. By the time they brought the timber raccoon's corpse back to the mission issuer, the blood essence would be long gone. Hence, if Chen Feng wanted the blood essence, it wouldn't be a problem. That's good. Then, Chen Feng was extremely satisfied. Since he was working with Xuf's squad, this mission shouldn't be too time-consuming. Timber Raccoon Leader, a unique existence among timber raccoons. Among several tens of thousands of timber raccoons, only one leader might emerge. The meat of the timber raccoon leader had an even better taste. Hence, the moment one appeared, they would be hunted furiously. Hence, the main point of their current mission was to avoid the other hunters. All right. Chen Feng spread his hands. He had never expected that a day would come where the biggest problem he encountered during a mutated beast hunt was due to this mutated beast being too tasty. According to our information, During the past 2 days, a timber raccoon leader has appeared in the depths of the withered prairie. It is extremely crafty as it usually spends most of its time underground. We only need to lure it out. Next, XF started planning their mission out. Locate, lockdown, kill. Simple and straightforward. Ziling was good at freezing abilities, so she could help in speed reduction. Taishi was good at defending, so he could help block attacks. Monkey was good at scouting, so he could help lock onto the timber raccoon. As for Chen Feng and XF, they would be in charge of combat. After witnessing what had happened during the Gene Rookie competition, no one dared to look down on Chen Feng's combat power. With Chen Feng's inclusion in their squad, XF's group had obtained a great helping hand out of the blue. XF looked at the rest. Are there any problems with this plan? They shook their heads. Nope. Good. XF nodded. If there are no problems, we will try our best to get this done today. Naturally, the biggest problem for this mission is not the timber raccoon, instead, it's those professional hunters. Professional hunters. Due to the unique abilities they possessed, they made a living through hunting. They possessed acute senses and hunting awareness far surpassing ordinary people. Although the information they'd obtained indicated that this timber raccoon was something that had suddenly appeared during the past 2 days, and that this appearance was something that an ordinary person would definitely not notice, XF would not look down on the intuition these professional hunters possessed. Move fast and end this fast, XF said with a deep tone. Then, depart. The squad moved out. The way XF did things nowadays was more and more in line with Chen Feng's style. Clean and decisive. Based on the route XF plotted, they took a detour from the huge group of people here and entered from a more dangerous area before reaching the depths of the withered prairie. According to their information, that timber raccoon leader would be around here. However, just as they was about to take out their bait, they stopped their actions. Bang! An astonishing killing intent erupted under their feet. Be careful, XF warned. Let me. Taishi activated his defenses. Bang! A layer of gentle light enveloped everyone. Whoosh! Whoosh! Numerous pitch-black silhouettes shot out of the shadows under their feet and ambushed them. Forcefully, Taishi's defense was smashed as these people exposed their ice-cold killing intent. That familiar movement. Chen Feng took a glance and noted that he had indeed found a familiar silhouette among the group. Shadow. 1. Chen Feng's mouth curled up, forming a smile. It has truly been quite a while. Footnotes. 1. A quick recap. Shadow is the guy that appeared during the illusionary snake incident. This is the guy that escaped with Chen Feng's gene reagent back then. Translator's thoughts. Limoston. Patreon link, https://www.patreon.com/limoston. Shadows flickered around while an ice-cold killing intent pervaded the air. XF and the rest were completely suppressed before they could even react. On their body, scars started appearing. Under the fury of attacks, they could only bear with it with great difficulty. The battle ended right after it started. XF's heart trembled. It's you guys. The Shadow Kill Squad. Similar to them, this was a squad filled with D-class genetic warriors. However, the members of this squad were very unique. All the members of this squad possessed shadow-related abilities and made a living through robbing. Able to appear and vanish at will, they were incredibly terrifying. Despite the fact that this was a newly established squad, their fame was already far-reaching. No one had expected that this squad would actually appear here. Things were going to get troublesome. Chen Feng muttered inwardly that something bad was going to happen. Currently, the captain's gaze swept through them before finally stopping on Chen Feng's body. Deal with him. Roger. Shadow moved. There were only 4 members in the Shadow Kill Squad. Hence, every time they made their move, they would first contain the most dangerous ones among their targets in order to better control the flow of the battle. Obviously, they had not considered Chen Feng to be a dangerous individual since their concentrated attacks earlier had been focused on XF and the rest. Shwa. Noiselessly, Shadow arrived. However, when he neared his target and saw that familiar face, his expression changed greatly. It's you? Chen Feng was all smiles as he waved his hand. Hi. Retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, Shadow retreated furiously. One of his companions known as Afterimage looked at him doubtfully. What are you afraid of? That's an acquaintance of his? Red light started radiating from his eyes. That bald guy's combat power is around 3,000 to 5,000. That girl has a combat power of 2,800 to 4,900. For him, The combat power of their opponents did not appear to be anything special. This was one of his genetic abilities, Combat Evaluator. With this, he could clearly analyze his enemy's combat power to obtain an estimation of the upper and lower bounds of his opponent's combat power. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you emerge unscathed from 100 battles. After he fused with this ability, the success rate of their squad had increased by around 50%. Failure? It was non-existent. Anytime they saw someone hard to deal with, they would take a detour. As for Chen Feng, his indicated combat power was 1000. It was just as he had initially calculated. This guy was the least threatening guy here. What was up with Shadow? Before he could even sort his thoughts, a terror-filled scream from his companions could be heard. As he raised his head, only a torrent of wind blades could be seen. Bang! Instantly, he was flung away. Insta-kill. After image, the expression of everyone in the Shadow Kill squad changed greatly. Good chance. The eyes of Xf and the rest shone as they instantly threw off the suppression on them. Bang! Bang! They proceeded to counterattack. The Shadow Kill squad specialized in ambush and assassinations. Their strongest genetic abilities were also catered toward this aspect. However, as soon as they lost their superiority and were forced to have a head-on confrontation, they were simply not a match for Xf's squad. Umbra, the squad leader, clenched his teeth. Retreat. Go after them, Xf coldly ordered. Wanting to escape after ambushing? How could things be so easy? Bang! They started furiously chasing after the Shadow Kill squad. You are courting death. Shadow's eyes gleamed coldly as he coldly said, the reason we choose to not confront you all head-on was to avoid heavy casualties. Do you really believe we can't defeat you all? Xu. Shadow tossed out a gene reagent flickering with a bizarre radiance. His eyes were filled with viciousness. This was what you forced me to do, especially you, Chen Feng. Be careful. The expression of Xf's group changed greatly. They could sense that an unusual power was contained within this gene reagent. At such a crucial moment, an item tossed out by Shadow would most definitely not be something ordinary. They braced themselves for the attack. Light flickered in Umbra's eyes. Shadow attack. Shwa. At this, the tossed gene reagent vanished within the shadows. When it appeared once again, it was already in front of Chen Feng's group. Not good. The hearts of Xf's group throbbed violently. They're finished. If such a terrifying gene reagent were to explode at this distance. Explode. Shadow tried activating it with his spiritual energy. Accurately, his spiritual energy landed on the gene reagent. However, at this very instant, noiselessly, a hand stretched out and grabbed that gene reagent. That flickering radiance in the gene reagent instantly stopped at that moment. What was happening? Everyone was dumbstruck. One could even forcefully stop the explosion of a gene reagent? How is that possible? Shadow's eyes widened as he stared at Chen Feng with an unbelievable expression. That is an Earth Dragon gene reagent with the power of peak D-class expert. How is it possible for you to deactivate it? Chen Feng. He looked at the gene reagent in his hand with an odd expression. Earth Dragon gene reagent? Why does this sound so familiar? Oh, yeah, this is what I used to trick Ant's squad back then, right? Surprisingly, Shadow actually believed what he'd said back then. Moreover, he had been keeping this item in his collection like some precious item, keeping it all this while until now. As he thought of this, Chen Feng looked at Shadow, pity in his eyes. How sad. Shadow. Kill. Xf ordered decisively. He was already used to the miracles created by Chen Feng. At this moment, he was instead the fastest person to calm down here. Shwa. Once again, they charged forth. Trash. Umbra cursed. The so-called trump card that Shadow had bragged about to them for a long time had actually ended up this way? What a scam. Fortunately, he had his own trump card as well. Who? He inhaled as he glanced at Xf with his ice-cold eyes before shutting his eyes. Myriad mist confounding imprint. Shwa. Abruptly, a blanket of mist emerged. Umbra and his squad vanished instantly, concealed amid the mist. After a short while, when the mist disappeared, not a trace of them remained. Xf frowned. They escaped? Monkey. Understood. Light flickered in Monkey's eyes. However, he failed to locate them. Since the Shadow Kill squad specialized in concealment and assassination, the moment they hid themselves, they were simply impossible to find. Forget it. Xf shook his head. No point wasting our time here. All right. Monkey stopped searching. Since we are now aware of their existence, we won't fall to the same ambush again. Xf's eyes gleamed coldly as he said, If they dare try to ambush us again, I will definitely ensure their death. The Shadow Kill Squad specialized in ambushing and assassinations. The moment they were discovered and plotted against, it was very probable they would die without even realizing how they died. This was especially true with Chen Feng around. Thanks. Xif expressed his gratitude. He knew that it wouldn't be wrong to have Chen Feng join them. This guy that had always been good at creating miracles had now become even more terrifying after obtaining first place at the Gene Rookie competition and joining the Gene Production Association's headquarters. No worries. A toying smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. He had never expected that the Aurora gene reagent he lost back then would actually be recovered. Let's go. Xif decided to choose a different location to lead the Timber Raccoon leader. Alright. Chen Feng nodded. In actuality, he would be able to easily determine the position of the Shadow Kill Squad and Timber Raccoon leader. However, since his present luck value was at a measly 20 points, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would definitely not waste his luck values. However, surprisingly, when they found a new spot they presumed to be safe and prepared to lead the Timber Raccoon leader, an odd scream resounded from a distance. That aura and voice. Xif's expression changed slightly. It's a Timber Raccoon leader and the Shadow Kill Squad. Damn it. Their expressions turned unsightly. That damnable Shadow Kill Squad decided to spoil their mission now that the Shadow Kill Squad had failed their ambush. Quick, they rushed over filled with killing intent. However, when they arrived, they were all stupefied. There, the Shadow Kill Squad could be seen battling the Timber Raccoon leader. However, different from what they had expected, the Shadow Kill Squad had lost another one of their members. A Timber Raccoon that was obviously larger than ordinary Timber Raccoons could be seen chasing after Umbra and Shadow. Their nostrils were assailed by the aroma of cumin paste lingering in the air. What's going on? Everyone blanked. True. The Timber Raccoon leader might have been powerful, but the agility attributes of the members of the Shadow Kill Squad were all excessively high. Even if they couldn't defeat it, it shouldn't have been a problem to escape, right? This. Shwa. With a flicker, Umbra vanished. However, bang! The raging Timber Raccoon leader stomped the ground and Umbra once again reappeared from his concealment. What? Xif's heart throbbed. The Timber Raccoon leader was actually capable of discovering the concealed Umbra. It was so terrifyingly powerful. That's not it. Monkey activated his ability as both his eyes flickered unceasingly. An odd expression was on his face. That's because there's a smell of cumin paste on Umbra's body. Hence, at this, everyone became speechless. No wonder those guys had failed to escape the Timber Raccoon leader. There was simply no need for the Timber Raccoon leader to break their concealment. It only needed to follow the smell for Umbra to have nowhere to hide. Bang, bang. Umbra was viciously beaten up. The raccoon's claw with a stench of cumin paste on it stomped on Umbra's chest without stop. At this moment, Umbra appeared incomparably pitiful. Shadow. Umbra cried for help. At a distance, Shadow merely glanced at him before turning around and fleeing. Save me. Umbra begged for help from Xif's group. However, Xif and the rest merely exchanged glances before they retreated. What joke was that? This Timber Raccoon leader was obviously quite unusual and frighteningly vicious. Why should they go up to it at this moment? To court death? Everyone left speedily and only stopped moving after a long time. They had no choice but to stop. They had to start finding a solution for a very grave problem. How to kill this Timber Raccoon leader. Their head ached. After taking a detour and avoiding the multitude of people, after avoiding the robbers, they were finally here. However, for some effing reason, this Timber Raccoon leader was so powerful. Xif calculated the strength of both sides and discovered with grief that they would not be able to defeat that cumin-stained Timber Raccoon. This was the most lamentable fact of their current predicament. There's something wrong with how this plot is developing. Everyone smiled bitterly. That Timber Raccoon leader, Xif paused before continuing, was much more powerful than all the Timber Raccoon leaders we have read about. Oh, Chen Feng's eyes shone. If the Timber Raccoon was sufficiently powerful, then he could use its blood essence to produce his gene reagent. Chen Feng became excited. Forget it. The rest exchanged glances. Since an unforeseen circumstance had appeared in this mission, they would not be able to continue it. This Timber Raccoon leader was too powerful. They were simply not its match. Xif nodded. I will cancel the mission. then. To know when to give up was the sensible thing to do. The reason they took on missions in the first place was to temper themselves anyway. There was no point to throw their life away. How about you? Xuf looked at Chen Feng. All right. Chen Feng did not find that decision surprising. For Xuf's group, this was merely an ordinary mission. There was simply no need for them to put their life on the line. However, for Chen Feng, this was a very good opportunity. He would go back to better prepare himself before coming again. Chen Feng decided inwardly. Let's go then. They left speedily. Due to the existence of this timber raccoon leader here, the atmosphere at the depths of Withered Prairie had become somewhat bizarre. Just as they were about to leave, numerous people appeared. A whole group of genetic warriors with excellent equipment appeared from the outer layer of Withered Prairie, forming a huge blockade around the inner layer. Be careful, Monkey warned. Rapidly, they concealed themselves among the bushes. What's going on? The rest were confused. Apart from timber raccoon hunters, since when had so many people of different factions gathered here at this place? Look, Chen Feng whispered. The rest looked over and found that this newly appeared group was gradually approaching a certain direction. That was where the timber raccoon leader was at. Their target was actually the timber raccoon leader. A fully armed army is required to hunt nowadays. Xuf was too powerless to even berate this. Chen Feng sneered. I'm afraid it's not this simple. The abnormally powerful timber raccoon leader, the sudden appearance of an army of genetic warriors. If one told him that both these incidents were unrelated, Chen Feng would not believe it. Seemed like something was about to happen. However, since they knew the location of the timber raccoon, why had they not gone in directly? Instead, they were surrounding it from the outer layer. Chen Feng had a faint, ominous feeling. Monkey, shield us from their detection. Understood. They avoided that group's range of detection as they retreated carefully. However, there was nowhere for them to retreat. They were already getting near that timber raccoon leader's position as they retreated from the army. If they were to continue retreating, they would definitely be discovered. At this time, the people from that army finally saw the badly beaten Umbra. Save me. Umbra, who was barely alive, cried happily for help. With a flash, they killed Umbra directly. Only after that did they lock onto the timber raccoon leader. Chen Feng's group inhaled a mouthful of cold air. These guys. They are clearing this place. Xuf suddenly understood what was happening. This timber raccoon with cumin paste stench is most probably related to some secret that these people do not want anyone to know. Hence, before dealing with the timber raccoon, they will kill everyone else. As the rest heard this, their expressions changed greatly. If that was truly the case, it would be dangerous for them. The army of genetic warriors started a prudent inspection of the area, not leaving a stone unturned. Chen Feng's group retreated without stop. However, this was the limit. If they continued, they would be definitely forced out with no way to run. Monkey had an unsightly expression. My shield can't hold on much longer. They were simply too near. At this distance, they only needed to get slightly closer and they would be discovered immediately. What should they do? Their hearts chilled. It was simply unimaginable that a single timber raccoon hunting mission would turn out this way. Moreover, all this had happened just as they were about to give up on the mission. Chen Feng. Xuf looked at Chen Feng in anticipation. In such a situation, Chen Feng should be the only one capable of creating miracles, right? He was sure that the Chen Feng today with his different status would definitely have some formidable trump cards. Chen Feng put his finger on his lips. Noiselessly, his luck aura was activated. Chen Feng truly hadn't had much chance to save up his luck value during the past 2 days. Even the 20 points that he'd saved up till yesterday were used up when Xuf's group were accepting the mission. The only luck values he had presently were what he'd saved since yesterday till today. However, this also gave Chen Feng another perfect chance to try something he did not normally try, since his available luck value was already low anyway. To alter reality, with 20 points of luck value, what could luck aura accomplish? 10 points. Half his luck value remained. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. It was as he willed, where only 10 points of luck value were consumed. Those people continued their inspection. Chen Feng's group was sprawled among the bushes, not daring to make the tiniest movement. Just as those people were getting near them, when Xuf was about to take the initiative to attack them first, he was stopped by Chen Feng. Since the luck value had already been consumed, the luck aura must have worked on something. However, he wanted to see, with only 10 points of luck values, what would actually happen. He was especially curious as to what luck aura could accomplish in their current circumstance. The footsteps neared. The aura of the scouts had already brushed past them several times. Those people were only a step away from them. The captain of the security was carefully inspecting everywhere. He was the executioner appointed for this mission. Hence, he could not allow any carelessness. At this moment, his wristband buzzed. A screen popped up before a panting voice with a trace of terror in it could be heard. Not good. Something happened. The captain's expression changed slightly. What's the matter? The people from the upper level saw the recordings and requested a repeat on the steps of our previous experiment to see if anything new could be found. Hence, they found a timber raccoon leader and prepared to roast it. Even the fire was prepared. After they roasted the timber raccoon leader for 1 whole minute, that timber raccoon leader started raging. The lab assistant in the screen said with terror, although we had made some preparations for it, we hadn't expected something to really happen. Hence, some mistakes were made, and that timber raccoon escaped as well. The captain's mouth was stuck agape for a long time. Another one? What on earth are you guys playing with? The captain's expression was unsightly. Did it come to the withered prairie as well? Yes. The assistant replied with a solemn expression. This place is more suited for them and is also the closest to our factory. Hence, after leaving the factory, it started heading in this direction. Fine, then. The captain inhaled deeply to calm himself before saying, so I only need to lock onto the stench of cumin paste to find it before capturing it back alive, right? No. The assistant felt somewhat awkward. This time around, we used the spicy flavor. The captain's face darkened. These idiots. The captain was ashen-faced. He was the captain of security in charge of the security at the test site. Due to the trouble caused by these idiotic researchers, he had no choice but to get some people with him to come out for a hunt. Unexpectedly, just as he brought a huge amount of combatants out of the test site, those researchers still had the guts to reproduce the same scenario that had mutated the timber raccoon leader. Were they brave or stupid? Remember, wait for my return. The captain gnashed these words out of his teeth. You are all researchers with no combat power. If anything happens, what will I do? If you want to conduct any experiments, wait until I've returned. All right? Yes, yes, yes. The assistant did not dare to act recklessly anymore. The captain ended the call. He was now convinced of the guts these researchers had. As he stood up, he started redrawing their goals. Lock this cumin-pasted timber raccoon down first. We must not allow it to escape. The other spicy timber raccoon is here as well. We must deal with that one first. On top of that, no outsiders can discover anything. Understood. Everyone listened to his orders. Once again, they readjusted their positions. The group left hastily to look for the spicy timber raccoon. Only at this did Chen Feng's group exhale in relief. They had evaded it. It was indeed a problem caused by experiments. Xif whispered. Seems like this timber raccoon is something that escaped from their lab. Chen Feng was confused. Timber raccoon, experiment, spicy and cumin paste? What type of experiments were these people conducting? Was it an experiment for some food processing plant? Ziliang guessed. Only those from a food processing plant would research using ingredients like cumin paste and spicy flavoring, right? However, if it was a food processing plant, how had the timber raccoon leader mutated? No one knew the answer to that. Xif's ominous feeling deepened. Will we be able to leave? We can't. Monkey inhaled deeply. The outer layer is blockaded by genetic warriors, while the inner layer has patrols everywhere. Now, the whole inner layer of the withered prairie has become a forbidden area belonging to them. This is the only place we can move freely in. Monkey pointed toward the deeper region of the withered prairie. Let's go. Xif said decisively. They will find us soon if we continue staying here. Since that's the case, we might as well penetrate deep into the depths of this withered prairie. When they are battling those two timber raccoon leaders, we can escape amid the chaos. All right. Everyone nodded. Noiselessly, they concealed themselves. Chen Feng glanced in the direction the genetic warriors were leaving toward and an odd expression appeared on his face. He had never expected that this would be the result of his luck value. Coincidence? Or perhaps, what experiment was it, exactly, that these people were conducting? Chen Feng was very curious. Currently, the timber raccoon leader with spicy aroma had finally appeared. Only after the group exhausted all methods available to them did they manage to surround this timber raccoon leader. As of now, Both Timber Raccoon leaders had been successfully surrounded. Capture them, the captain ordered decisively. Bang! The genetic warriors charged forth. Both of these Timber Raccoon leaders were extremely powerful at the peak of D-class. However, due to the high amount of genetic warriors that had appeared this time, both were forcefully trapped. Ow ow ow! The Timber Raccoons howled furiously. However, they still ended up captured alive. Take them away, the captain said coldly. Currently, Chen Feng's group was quietly sprawled in the bushes with no movement. Monkey's concealment ability could only weaken the signs of their existence. They are finally leaving. Xif exhaled in relief. However, at this moment, the captain issued a calm command as he suddenly said, "Do another round of inspection. We must ensure that we did not miss anyone that infiltrated into here." Roger. The rest nodded. This was their security captain. Cautious, intelligent, and strong. Damn it. Xif and the rest had an ominous feeling. It wasn't easy for them to luck out earlier and avoid trouble. Now, they actually seemed like something was going to happen soon. They were extremely anxious. The moment they were discovered, they would definitely be killed to silence them. One had to know that they were the ones that had witnessed the whole course of events as those genetic warriors captured the Timber Raccoon leaders. Shwa. Another round of inspections began. Is there a need for this? Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. Friend, do you know that if you are too cautious, the one suffering will be you as well? Luck aura activated. The final 10 points of luck value were instantly exhausted. As the net of inspection reached Chen Feng's group. The captain's wristband buzzed once again. The captain had a bad feeling. What happened? Something happened. The assistant's face appeared colorful. Another mutation. What? The captain blanked and said, "You all repeated the experiment?" No. The assistant smiled bitterly. Since we know that there's some problem with Timber Raccoons, we did not dare to act recklessly. However, due to the 2 Timber Raccoon leader incidents, we don't have much food left. Even the chef was dead. Everyone was too hungry and decided to roast some turkeys. Unexpectedly, the captain widened his eyes. The turkeys mutated? Yes, those turkeys. Before the assistant could even finish his sentence, terror appeared in his eyes. Go away. Be careful. Screams could be heard reverberating. In the screen, the assistant could be seen running furiously while a turkey with chili oil all over its body chased after the assistant behind him. Glang! With a loud clattering, the transmission ended. What was that? Aromatic pepper chicken? The captain was bewildered. He felt like his whole worldview was collapsing upon him. It hadn't even been a day since he'd left the lab, yet so many things had happened there. Damn it. The captain clenched his teeth. Go back immediately, Roger. They left hastily. Cam returned to the withered prairie. Zilling patted her chest nervously. Too scary. Yeah. Taishi agreed. It was at this time that Monkey's communication tool buzzed. He took a glance at it and said, "Someone discovered a Timber Raccoon leader at Withered Island." Withered Island. Xif's eyes shone. Let's go. He felt that anywhere else would be safer than remaining here. How about you? He looked at Chen Feng. I won't be joining. Chen Feng smiled. I need to return to the headquarters to make a report. All right, Xif replied with a smile. If there's anything, you can contact me anytime. Soon, Xif left with his squad. Chen Feng stared at the direction the security captain was heading toward as he became excited. Test site. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Since cumin paste Timber Raccoon and spicy Timber Raccoon had appeared, would an even larger Timber Raccoon leader appear there? He was filled with anticipation. He knew that this was an exceptionally good opportunity for him. The blood essence of these Timber Raccoons would definitely be much more powerful than ordinary Timber Raccoon leaders. They would most certainly have richer genes within their blood essence as well. This was the optimal material for Chen Feng. That was a place Chen Feng had to go. There, he would definitely find a powerful Timber Raccoon leader's blood essence. Chen Feng anticipated it. Naturally, before going, he had to prepare himself appropriately. Now that his luck values were completely exhausted, his combat power was greatly reduced. Moreover, his peril rebirth had been exhausted previously. If he wanted to go to a place like that, he definitely had to make a lot of preparations. In the evening, Chen Feng returned to Star City. He was not in a rush to look for the Timber Raccoon leader. From those people's conversation, he knew that they had yet to figure out the reason for the Timber Raccoon's mutations. Hence, they would require time for their research, and this gave Chen Feng the time he required to prepare himself. After 7 days, he finished his preparations. One set of peril rebirth, numerous other gene reagents, and 103 points of luck value. Apart from this, he had also prepared multiple sets of materials for Timber-Raccoon gene reagent production. Everything was prepared. Ch.201, luck aura, lockdown, target, security captain. Soon, the information related to the security captain appeared in his brain. Ch.201, 3 points of luck value exhausted, target located, done. Chen Feng was excited. The strongest Timber-Raccoon leader? Here I come. It was late at night. At the abandoned factory, the previously chaotic test site had returned to normal. Currently, a group of researchers were researching crazily. Despite the lack of rest, they were still extremely excited, to the point that it could be seen in their frenzy-filled eyes. Before them lay a Timber-Raccoon leader. Kai, gene reagent injected. However, another failure. Regardless of what experiment they conducted, they were unable to unearth the hidden power within this thing. The other group that was researching the turkey was fruitless in their research as well. Perhaps a different factor had caused the mutations. In the legends, any research breakthrough was always accompanied by luck and coincidence. Now, what they needed to do was figure out what this coincidence was. If a Timber-Raccoon leader could easily mutate, the mutation would have been discovered long ago. Hence, what was the hidden mutation it had within its body? Instinctively, everyone recalled something. We have yet to touch the spot where we initially roasted the Timber-Raccoon, right? Nope. The assistant replied. Due to 2 incidents and the chef's death, that place was already on lockdown. Good. Let's repeat it, then. All right. This time, the whole area was fully secured. They repeated what had previously happened and, indeed, a mutated Timber-Raccoon leader was once again created. This time, its body was stained with a dense black bean aroma. Perhaps, someone guessed, apart from the Timber-Raccoon's body, the fire used here is related to it as well. Ch.201. Everyone's eyes shone. The direction of their experiment started changing. After a long time, they finally found the mystery behind the mutation. It was not the fire, nor was it the kitchen. Instead, it was the burning firewood. In order to pursue perfection in taste, the chef had chosen to use firewood instead of energy stones for roasting. The firewood, coupled with the hidden power within the Timber-Raccoon leader and the turkey, had resulted in the mysterious scenes they'd witnessed. The firewood that had been used possessed a mysterious power of rebirth. Tried out. They started their experiment in excitement. This time, the subject of their experiment was still a Timber-Raccoon leader. A Timber-Raccoon leader was sent over urgently. They started the experiment in a serious, orderly fashion. The power of the firewood was fully monitored. Slowly, they witnessed the mutation of this Timber-Raccoon leader. Ow! An angry roar. An authentic flavor Timber-Raccoon leader was birthed. Glang, glang. The awakened Timber-Raccoon leader bumped into the defensive wall unceasingly. The researchers were filled with excitement. Ha ha, indeed, it's the power of the firewood. This time, they had not roasted the Timber-Raccoon leader. Instead, they'd simply ignited the power within the firewood and forced it to blend into the body of the Timber-Raccoon leader. Next, the Timber-Raccoon leader had noiselessly mutated. Glang, glang. The whole workshop was shaking. The security captain wiped his cold sweat. These lunatics. Even if their whole security force was currently present, he was still worried. After mutation, this furious Timber-Raccoon leader had actually gone up to C class from D class. He was doubting that this workshop would be able to hold it in. Be extra cautious, the captain reminded them. Don't worry. This time, we prepared thoroughly. This defensive glass is capable of blocking even peak C-class attacks. A mere Timber-Raccoon leader will not be able to break through, no matter how strong it gets, the researcher explained. Only at this did the captain quietly retire himself. Then, prepare the experiment data. Haha, as the discoverers of this mysterious power, we can now become full-fledged members of the organization as well. As project supervisors, they were excited. This was the good point of their organization. As long as someone unearthed any powerful and mysterious power, the moment they passed the organization's authentication, they would receive a huge amount of research funding. Naturally, all the data related to their research had to be submitted for that. As long as their research was a success, they would be able to become core members of this organization, regardless of their strength. Presently, they could only be considered outer members of the organization. As an outer member, they would be able to obtain a certain amount of information for their research. Those at the higher levels would only give them a direction to pursue. As for whether they could get a result from their research, one could only guess. We are going to be successful soon, haha. Xiaoyan relied on her relationship with teacher to become part of the Dark Energy Project to enter the organization. Now, we succeeded all by ourselves, a female researcher said proudly. I know, right? Everyone was excited. They'd succeeded. As long as they sent their applications to the organization, someone would be sent here soon to authenticate their results. Prepare ourselves. The time to change our fate is here. They were excited. The air was pervaded by a joyous mood. Currently, outside the abandoned factory, a silhouette noiselessly appeared. Chen Feng was here. Carrying a bundle, he sprawled on the ground. Shwa, shwa. Two silhouettes flashed past. These were the patrols of the factory. Chen Feng frowned. 2D classes. The opponents were of a higher class than Chen Feng. If he wanted to kill them, he would be forced to fight someone of a higher class. If he were to mount a sneak attack with Myriad Illusionary Wind Blade. In movies, the main characters would always sneak in while ambushing anyone they saw with a snap to the neck before continuing. Just like that, the main character would kill anyone he encountered. However, Chen Feng looked at their wrists. The wristbands they used were different from the civilian wristband Chen Feng had. Their wristbands were all red-colored. This was the Alert Edition wristband with numerous unique chips within. Their functions included recording signs of life and establishing a local area network of communication even with the absence of the internet. Chen Feng was sure that, as long as a single one of them was killed, all the other security details would be notified. Chen Feng sighed. They were so generous toward their security. Since sneak attacks wouldn't work, he could only look for a different approach. My goal is not to kill. Instead, it's the Timber Raccoon leader. Chen Feng contemplated. If he was only here for the Timber Raccoon leader, wouldn't it work fine if he simply sunk them into chaos? For this, he had too many suitable items prepared. He stared ahead. This was an abandoned factory. To conceal their aura and avoid the genetic union's detection, they did not even dare to use the new age energy supply. Instead, they were using the old electricity powering method. Old-fashioned electricity, eh? Chen Feng smiled. This would make things interesting. He raised his hand slightly. Shwa. Luck aura. Activate. Bang. With a spark, a perfectly fine power cord short-circuited immediately. With that, the whole abandoned factory sunk onto darkness. Unhurriedly, Chen Feng fished out several gene reagents. He was now extremely proficient in all of the AE-class and F-class gene reagents. They might have sounded weak, however. Bang! An intense light wave dispersed. That was a 2-star E-class gene reagent that was used to cause a disturbance. It would create an immense heat undulation capable of increasing the temperature of anything with heat in it for a duration of 10 minutes. Bang! A flash of blue undulating energy. That was a 4-star E-class gene reagent that was used to cause a disturbance. It would create a huge undulation of magnetic energy that caused all energy-based equipment to stop working temporarily for a duration of 10 minutes. Bang! A huge dense fog instantly started spreading. That was a 3-star E-class gene reagent that was used to cause a disturbance. It was able to create a dense fog within a huge area to obscure vision of the people within. It also possessed a certain amount of signal blocking effect. Bang! Bang! A chaotic mess of gene reagents used to create a disturbance were tossed out by Chen Feng. The originally fresh air was instantly filled with a huge amount of electromagnetic interference, dense fog, red radiance, odd smells, ear-piercing sound waves, and neurotoxins. Bang! The whole factory erupted into chaos. Then, time to start. Silently, Chen Feng took out the defensive equipment he had previously prepared. Currently, his biggest advantage was the fact that his enemy was shown, whereas he was still an unknown factor to them. Shwa. Noiselessly, his silhouette disappeared. Currently, those researchers were still celebrating their success. Suddenly, darkness descended upon them. The electricity went out. Don't worry. Nothing will happen, one of the researchers said with a smile. Even if the main electric supply is lost, we still have independent electricity generators in each workshop. Noiselessly, the defensive walls in the Timber Raccoon leader's cage opened. Be careful. The expressions of the security that changed greatly. Ow! An angry roar. The abandoned factory was currently in a chaotic state. Don't get confused, the security captain shouted as he hastily arrived. Get out of the way, let me deal with it. His strength was sufficient to deal with this mutated Timber Raccoon leader. However, right at this moment, some abnormal things suddenly blended into the air. Everyone could only feel the emergence of a huge blanket of white mist and hear a succession of rumbling noises by their ears while their nose started smelling some odd smells. Their bodies became somewhat numb and out of control. The world before them had suddenly become indistinct. What are these things? Be careful. The abandoned factory was in a chaotic state. Enemy attack. With the security captain as the center, a gentle white aura spread, forming a huge protective barrier to block out all those weird things. E-class gene reagents were, after all, still quite weak. Against these D-class genetic warriors and the C-class security captain, these E-class gene reagents were simply incapable of harming them. Shwa. The security members hastily rescued everyone. Apart from the 3 researchers who died during the initial chaos, there were no other casualties. Go. The security captain left hastily with them. However, after covering just a short distance, those researchers that had recovered their cool immediately started shouting, "The test data and the firewood." "We will talk when we get out of here," the security captain coldly said. "No. We can't." The researchers howled. "This is an enemy attack. They are here for our research results. Our years of research have just borne some results. We can't lose them." "Is your life or the research more important?" the security captain bellowed. All the researchers said the same thing. "The research is more important." Security captain. "Bunch of morons. Without our research results, we won't leave," the researchers said calmly. Moreover, some of them started doubting the captain. "It can't be that some outsiders are colluding with you guys to steal our results, right?" In their memory, such occurrences were quite common. Security captain. Who? He inhaled deeply. If his mission didn't require him to protect these people, he would definitely slaughter them now. "You all, bring them away." "I will." Instinctively, he started making arrangements for that. However, as he thought of it, he was afraid that this was their enemy's trick to lure him away. If he truly left them, what if these idiots all ended up killed? "Forget it. We will go take the results together." Since the enemy used such an ambush method, it shows that our enemy's combat power is nothing great. "Still, you must follow all of my orders," the security captain coldly said. "In there is a mutated Timber Raccoon and unknown enemies." The researchers were overjoyed. Understood. Currently, only darkness could be seen before them. The security captain sneered. Interference? How long had it been since he'd last used such poor tactics? For those at C-class, even if they were to create interference, it would be at a larger scale. For example, a terrifying power descending from the sky to restrict all skills with an incredibly powerful anti-interference capability, with illusions generated on top of all that. That was what he would consider true interference. As for all this before him, what playthings were these? Regardless of the amount of E-class gene reagents used, they would not be a match to those in C-class. With a flash of light, everything within 10 meters was purged. His terrifying C-class aura started shaking as all the interfering energy around them was pushed away without doing any damage to them. With this, the hunt amidst the darkness began. Currently, Chen Feng was calmly traveling within the factory. Timber Raccoon leader. With the infrared goggles he was wearing, he could view everything clearly. Although the E-class gene reagents he'd used earlier were incapable of causing any actual harm to the people here, those people were also unable to completely defend against these gene reagents. Now, with the darkness and his infrared goggles, everyone here appeared extremely clear to him. All life forms appeared incredibly conspicuous amidst the darkness. This was the true meaning of using interference gene reagents. There was no need for these gene reagents to kill. Timber Raccoon leader. Chen Feng locked onto the Timber Raccoon leader's position. That workshop. Surprisingly, though, Chen Feng found that those security members that had just escaped were all rushing back toward the workshop. What are they doing? Chen Feng felt doubtful. At times like this, shouldn't they be carefully guarding against the unknown enemies? Due to Chen Feng's sudden appearance, these security members were supposed to be protecting the researchers and leaving the area. After all, They had no idea how many enemies they were currently facing. Why were they returning? Chen Feng frowned. With these people returning suddenly, his plan was spoiled. Unless there was something even more important in that workshop. Chen Feng's eyes shone. The Timber Raccoon mutations research results. He was somewhat enticed. If that was the case, he hastened his footsteps. Currently, within the factory, Chen Feng and the security members were rushing toward the workshop. There, a mutated Timber Raccoon leader was wandering around. Chen Feng was at peak E-class. As for the security, a number of D-class warriors and an early C-class captain. They were the stronger side here. The only superiority of Chen Feng's was the fact that his opponents had yet to discover him. Since their target is the research results and the materials, they will definitely prioritize grabbing the materials and research results before retreating. As for that Timber Raccoon, Chen Feng took a look. He was not able to judge how powerful the Timber Raccoon was. However, from its howl, it was stronger than the cumin paste and spicy Timber Raccoons he'd met previously. This Timber Raccoon here had probably reached C-class. This would be too hard for Chen Feng to deal with. If a battle were to erupt between them, things would be easier for me. Chen Feng's brain started working rapidly. When he reached the workshop, the security members had already obtained the research results and materials and were preparing to retreat. On the other hand, that Timber Raccoon had not even noticed the movement here. All the security members were moving quietly, incredibly professional in what they were doing. Wanting to leave just like that? Chen Feng smiled. Myriad illusionary wind blade. Erupt. His target was not those security members. Instead, it was the entrance of the workshop. Bang! A chain of yellow wind blades shot forth, accompanied by some odd mucus wind blades. With that, the initially spacious entrance was instantly blocked. The energy undulation released even attracted the Timber Raccoon. Howl. The Timber Raccoon charged over furiously. Damn it. The eyes of the security captain gleamed coldly. Break through with force and leave promptly. Understood. Bang. They started bombarding the sealed entrance. As the raging Timber Raccoon arrived, a terrifying energy bloomed from the captain's body while a storm started brewing within his body. Instantly, his secret art erupted. 4-star secret art, Storm Strike. Bang! The terrifying storm started wreaking havoc. After getting hit head-on by the captain's attack, the raging Timber Raccoon was flung away. Go! The captain maintained his cool and stopped attacking before bringing everyone away speedily. They were guards, not fighters. He was clear on what the appropriate thing to do was. Moreover, there was also an unknown third party hidden within the darkness. They had to leave. Truly dedicated to his job, Chen Feng lamented. Then, contribute some energy for me while you're at it. Bang! Chen Feng attacked abruptly, courting death. The captain's gaze was ice cold. He had been waiting for this enemy for way too long. Bang! Instantly, a terrifying energy bloomed. He had just used Storm Strike earlier and was unable to condense a similarly powerful energy immediately after. However, even a normal attack of this captain's was still a C-class attack. Bang! Countless wind blades collided with the storm. Bang! The huge amount of wind blades were instantly torn apart by the storm. After destroying the wind blades, the terrifying storm arrived in front of Chen Feng. Bang! Once again, a terrifying eruption of power. Chen Feng spurted a mouthful of blood. Injured? The enemy is so weak. The captain blanked. Someone daring to ambush them was actually this weak. Instinctively, he wanted to chase after the enemy. However, as he saw the research results in his hand, he decided to make the wise choice, stopping his steps. This enemy here might still be trying to lure him away. He could not fall for this. Leave first, he said calmly. Regardless of whether the enemy was a full team or a single individual, he would deal with them after ensuring the security of everything he needed to protect. In this factory, the enemy had nowhere to run anyway. Understood. They left quickly. Not far away, Chen Feng spat a mouthful of blood out of his mouth. C-class is indeed an existence I can never underestimate. He had even gone to the extent of intentionally making his move only after his opponent had released their condensed power. He wiped the blood dripping down his lips as he sensed the brand new energy contained within his body. Limit broken through. He had already been at the extreme limit of E-class. With his near-death experience at the Ice River, he should have broken through long ago. However, due to the restriction placed there, he was stuck. However, his bottleneck was already tottering long ago. Hence, He had needed a single trigger. The trigger had not even needed to be too intense. A trigger with a moderate strength was sufficient for him to easily break through his limit and enter D-class. Now, he'd done it. He now had 1,501 points of spiritual energy. The single point added had brought him into a brand new world. Everything around him appeared more distinct now. Before his eyes, the whole world appeared bright. This was not some improvement in the quality of his spiritual energy. Instead, this was an improvement in his very nature. He could feel the increased control he had toward spiritual energy now. D-class. He inhaled deeply. Since he was now in D-class, it was time for gene production. He looked at the distant Timber-Raccoon. Although both the Timber-Raccoon and the captain were in C-class, ordinary C-class energy still differed in nature with the energy of a C-class secret art. They were as different as sky and earth. Evidently, this Timber-Raccoon leader who had only advanced into C-class recently was incapable of enduring the terrifying power unleashed by the secret art. Howl. It was gravely injured and was sprawled on the ground. The injuries on its body were healing without stop. However, it still required time to fully recover itself. The strongest Timber-Raccoon, a toying smile appeared on Chen Feng's mouth. C-class, eh? This truly fills me with anticipation. Bang! A chain of wind blades shot forth. Goodbye. The heavily injured C-class Timber-Raccoon was instantly killed. Carefully, Chen Feng extracted from its body the sparkling and translucent-looking blood essence that was flickering with a bizarre radiance. This was what he was here for. Finally, Chen Feng's heart was filled with anticipation. Let's start, then. Without any hesitation, Chen Feng started his gene production. He was clear on what he was doing. He was sure that the factory was now completely surrounded, leaving no escape route for him. However, from the start, he had never intended to escape. What he wanted was to risk it, to produce his gene reagent right here and fuse with it successfully. He started his gene production. Currently, outside the factory, the security captain had finally escorted the researchers to a secured area. The researchers and the materials were all in good condition, hidden beneath some concealed ruins. You guys stay here to protect them. Lock down the whole factory. The rest follow me in. Earlier, someone exchanged blows with me. However, that guy is already heavily injured. We can lock on to his position at any time. With such strength and such inferior interference methods. I am really curious what type of robber these people that attacked us are. The captain was seething with killing intent. Understood. Everyone obeyed his commands. Storm. Disperse. The captain aimed at the factory. Currently, no one from their side remained in the factory. Bang! A terrifying storm started engulfing the factory. A brutal and powerful storm started enveloping every corner of the factory. All those bizarre interference auras lingering around were completely purged. The air was once again clear. So strong. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. This was the power of their security captain. Incomparably powerful. The captain stared coldly at the factory. Regardless of who you are, you will pay for this. Go. The captain led his people into the factory. The night deepened. The factory was purged by a power akin to a rainstorm. Chen Feng no longer had his goggles on him. Although the storm earlier was without any killing power, that powerful impact had still caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable. That security captain was extremely powerful. Time. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. He fully activated his luck aura. Gene production begun. Chen Feng had long ago memorized all the information of the Timber-Raccoon formula in his heart. Now that the gene was in his hands, he merely needed to follow the prescribed instructions and he would be able to successfully produce it. However, this was far from enough for Chen Feng. Lightly, he shut his eyes. Hyperdimensional mode. At this, his digitized world became somewhat different. The countless genes from the blood essence started swimming around. Apart from gene production, Chen Feng needed to improve the gene as well in order to create the strongest gene for himself. Gene improvement. Luck aura was running at full power. First step, gene search. Second step, gene reaction. Third step. Chen Feng was now very well practiced in gene improvements. He was currently immersed in this. Currently, the security captain and the rest had silently entered the factory. Little Dan, the captain said coldly. Little Dan nodded. Understood. With his detection activity activated, he was able to quickly lock onto Chen Feng's position. Little Dan felt somewhat doubtful. Still at the test site. The captain frowned. So the enemy had never moved. Was it due to the injury being too heavy, or perhaps a trap? Be more careful, the captain said with a deep tone. This might be a trap, Roger. They set forth once again. This time, they were heading directly toward Chen Feng. At the same time, 2 minutes had passed. Chen Feng had finished his production. Scan. He scanned it with the gene scanner. The data appeared. Mutated Timber Raccoon Fusion Gene Reagent. Difficulty, 5 stars. Limit, D class. Fusion requirement, 1000 points of spiritual energy. Core gene, 100% increase. Energy equipment, envelopes one's body in energy before assembling the energy into equipment. The assembled equipment will be able to unleash 200% of the supplied energy's power. The higher the amount of energy provided, the stronger the equipment will become. Suitable for close combat. The equipment's attributes will change in accordance with the attribute of the supplied energy. Succeeds. Chen Feng was excited. His production was successful. Furthermore, it had mutated as well. The initial 100% power of energy supplied had now turned into 200% after mutation. Granted, it was still quite far from the normal attack abilities with damage amplifier reaching 500%, however, for this multi-purpose ability, 200% was already an extremely powerful rate. An attack and defense with 200% of the supplied energy's power was absolutely powerful. However, only a mutation? Chen Feng frowned. He had intentionally selected the strongest Timber Raccoon gene for this, using a Timber Raccoon leader that was far more powerful than ordinary Timber Raccoon leaders and 50 points of luck value to improve the formula, and this was the result. No peculiar attributes were added to the ability. After comparing, Chen Feng noted a new sentence in the description. The equipment's attribute will change in accordance with the attribute of the supplied energy. Energy attribute. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Under normal circumstances, the energy equipment would have no attribute. Regardless of the attribute of the energy supplied, this ability would filter out all those attributes and use the pure leftover energy to construct the equipment. This was because equipment formed with different attributes would be unstable and could easily fall apart. The seniors who had created this formula in the past had probably taken this into consideration. Hence, the final formula they'd created filtered out all attributes. Now, though, the attributed equipment had resurfaced. With a unique method, Chen Feng had recreated it. Would this be a good thing, or a bad thing? Nobody knew. This was a 5-star D-class fusion gene reagent. This was, theoretically, the strongest gene reagent. Gulp. He used it directly. Bang. A surging power appeared in his body. The injuries on him were instantly healed, and the quality of his body increased. With a 100% increase in his core genes, his strength, agility and physique attributes all increased. His spiritual energy had now reached 3,000 points. Reaching a height previously unreachable. Bang, bang. Sounds of explosions resounded within his brain. Improvement. When an ordinary person broke through E-class, even after a 100% increase in their spiritual energy, the maximum increase they could get was 1,000 points of increase, since a normal E-class would only have 1,000 points of maximum spiritual energy. As for Chen Feng, his increase was much higher, since his maximum spiritual energy at E-class was much higher than an ordinary person's. The power of the Timber Raccoon gene bloomed. 3,000 points of spiritual energy. Chen Feng shut his eyes. He could feel the strength of that spiritual energy. The world of D-class. 3,000 points of spiritual energy. He had been stuck at peak E-class for quite a while. With a single increase, his spiritual energy was now equivalent to someone in the middle level of D-class. Currently, the security team was already at the entrance to the test site. This power. The captain narrowed his eyes. He sensed the power of a D-class within. Although it was not weak, it wasn't too powerful either. Only one person was detected inside. Let's go, he ordered coldly. Glang. The door was kicked open as the whole squad charged inside in an orderly fashion. When they entered, only a single Chen Feng could be seen. HMPH. With a snort, the captain condensed the storm power in his hand before waving. Against a single D-class genetic warrior with spirit as his main attribute who was currently shutting his eyes for unknown reason, he was confident that a single attack was sufficient. However, right at this instant, A terrifying power erupted. Bang! A dazzling radiance appeared. An unimaginable power erupted from that person's body and brutally smashed him away. The whole test site crumbled down from the impact. This is. Everyone inhaled mouthfuls of cold air. There, the radiance faded. A youth enveloped by a bizarre radiance was looking at them coldly. His right hand seemed to be swaying around as boundless energy swirled around it. Who? Chen Feng exhaled deeply. Success. He looked at the energy equipment on his body. It appeared somewhat lacking and was not solid enough, giving it an illusory appearance. However, its formidable power was already displayed. Incomparable might. It had successfully blocked an attack from the C-class security captain. Chen Feng stretched his body. He could feel that his body was currently incomparably lithe. The energy equipment wrapped around his body gave him a lighter feeling instead of restricting his movement. This was the power of wind. Attribute enhancement. He remembered clearly that this improved energy equipment could obtain the attribute of the supplied energy. For example, wind blade. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. This energy equipment would be more powerful the stronger the energy supplied. At that instant earlier, he had unleashed over 100 wind blades as an energy supply for his energy equipment. How could it not be powerful? Go. The security squad would not give Chen Feng any time to rest. Bang! A group of D-class warriors charged forth. Chen Feng laughed. D-class. He remembered that, before the Jinroki competition, when his spiritual energy had been merely 200 points, he had exchanged blows with a D-class warrior. Even back then, he had not been defeated. Now, with his 3,000 points of spiritual energy and the powerful energy equipment, let me witness your true power, Chen Feng muttered. His body vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he was already beside one of the security personnel. How is this possible? That guy was shocked. He could clearly feel that Chen Feng's power was weaker than his. How could this? Bang! Chen Feng's right fist started shining. On his fist was an energy glove. With a formidable enhanced power and a rapid speed, a fist landed on the back of that security guy. Bang! The power of the punch erupted. That guy was flung away. Done. Chen Feng's gaze was cold. Using his unlimited wind blades as the energy supply, his energy equipment would assume the wind attribute that specialized in speed. Chen Feng flashed around, leaving numerous green-colored afterimages in the pitch-black test site. Bang! Bang! With one loud sound after another, several security members were flung away before smashing into the distant wall. It was not known whether or not they were still breathing. Chen Feng was overwhelmed by emotions. This is the power of energy equipment. Powerful indeed. He was aware that these security members were not the stronger ones among D-class. However, his current act of easily dealing with them was sufficient to showcase his current power. He clenched his fists. A terrifying power could be felt within. This was not a power resulting from his physical strength. Instead, it was an energy-generated power, a power capable of numerous transformations. In a dark training room somewhere, a young man was painstakingly training. Sweat dripped through his bronze skin as the record in the training room was once again updated. Another record created. A smile appeared on the young man's mouth. His name was Meng, a 24-year-old C-class genetic warrior. His wristband buzzed. Meng's interest was piqued after taking a look at it. A spirit seaweed is suspected to have appeared. Interesting. Didn't that thing perish long ago? Meng was amazed. He rubbed the unique badge on his chest. Within this badge was a small portion of the spirit seaweed's power. This thing here had saved his life countless times. If it was the main body of the spirit seaweed, it truly fills one with anticipation. Currently, at the abandoned factory. Who are you? The security captain howled. He could see that this youth was only D-class. Yet evidently he was different than those ordinary genetic warriors. He was much more powerful than them. Such a person was one of those that were commonly known as geniuses. Why had a person like this appeared here? A passerby, Chen Feng said calmly. He took a single step forward. The radiance on his body intensified. Even if the security captain was a C-class genetic warrior, Chen Feng had no fear. This captain here was just nice for Chen Feng to try out the power of his energy equipment. The captain sneered. Passerby, to hell with that. This youth's appearance looked quite familiar. The captain couldn't recall who it was, but he reckoned this was most probably some celebrity warrior. Regardless of who you are, regardless of your identity as a genius, This is not a place you should have come to. The captain was seething with killing intent. After killing you, I will definitely find out who you are. Hee. To be able to kill a celebrity warrior with my own hands. Bang! The power of storm started bubbling around him. Boundless power swirled around the captain's body. That was the power of a C-class. Bang! Two formidable auras started colliding in the air. They were actually evenly matched. At its first appearance, the energy equipment displayed its formidable power. Bang! The whole workshop trembled as two silhouettes could be seen colliding mid-air. No skills or secret arts were used, only pure, unadulterated collision. Only thereafter images could be seen in the air. The captain erupted with all his power while Chen Feng pushed his energy equipment to the limits. Suddenly, bang! Accompanied by a dazzling radiance, the captain was smashed away with a punch by Chen Feng. Instead of being alarmed, he was overjoyed instead, because at that moment, the radiance surrounding Chen Feng dimmed. This is what you are relying to transcend class and fight those above you? The captain sneered. Now, you no longer have it on you. Shwa. The dim radiance flickered before disappearing. Chen Feng's current energy equipment was assembled using the energy supplied by his wind blades. Hence, as the energy supplied was fully exhausted, his energy equipment would naturally fall apart. Next, it's my turn. The captain's gaze was cold. Bang! The power of storm condensed within his hands. He was about to make his move. However, suddenly, Chen Feng's hands shone dazzlingly. That was the power of his wind blade. Instantly, 100, 200, and, ultimately, 300 of them appeared. Next, all the generated energy was assembled into a set of energy equipment. Bang! Now, Chen Feng's body was even shinier than before. His whole body was enveloped by light. That green-colored radiance gleamed with an ice-cold chill. Due to the amount of supplied energy this time being higher than the previous time, his current energy equipment started assuming a proper shape, resembling armor. There was also a pair of shiny gloves on Chen Feng's hands. How is this possible? The captain's expression changed greatly. Chen Feng had actually assembled his energy equipment instantly. On top of that, this newly assembled energy equipment seemed stronger than the previous set. What ability was this guy using? A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Once again, a battle broke out. This time around, the Chen Feng who unleashed his power had the captain completely suppressed. Bang! Bang! The captain was pushed back without stop. This can't go on. The captain quivered. His combat power was far above Chen Feng's, yet he could only battle Chen Feng in such a manner. This was too depressing. Seemed like it was about time he stopped holding back. Shwa. Suddenly, the captain stopped. Do you think that you are the only one with understanding of the power of wind? A gust of shiny storm power appeared. Instantly, some changes could be seen on the captain's body. What he did was different from Chen Feng's energy equipment. Nevertheless, he had still fused the power of storm into his body. Bang! Chen Feng's fist landed on him. At that, a faint glow glimmered, yet no damage was dealt to the captain. Chen Feng's pupils shrunk. Bang! The captain returned the punch and Chen Feng was smashed away. Storm Shield. A 3-star secret art that is immune to a majority of damage and all sorts of wind-based attacks. The captain said indifferently. Wind immunity wasn't a particularly powerful ability. It was simply an immunity he gained due to his storm-related abilities being of the wind attribute. However, against Chen Feng's wind-attributed energy equipment, this was the perfect tool. Chen Feng's attacks would no longer be effective against him. Come at me. The captain rubbed his fist, ready for a fight. Without the advantages given by that energy equipment, what can you do? Is that so? Chen Feng erupted with all his power. Bang! The power of his energy equipment was instantly unleashed. However, the captain was still unharmed. The energy supplied by 300 wind blades was instantly exhausted, yet they failed to deal any damage to him. The storm shield's power was indeed shockingly formidable. The captain laughed malevolently. Die. For him, the current Chen Feng was akin to an infant with no protection. He punched at Chen Feng. Bang! An astonishing undulation appeared in the air. The storm's power stopped abruptly in front of Chen Feng as a black-colored energy equipment appeared around Chen Feng. It possessed none of the earlier dazzle or the flickering green-colored energy. Only a plain and dull-looking set of attire could be seen on him. That dim black-colored energy equipment appeared incredibly similar to a windbreaker. This was an energy equipment with all sorts of attributes fused into it. It was something powered by his myriad illusionary wind blade and filled with a myriad of attributes. This was an attribute-filled energy equipment. As the composition of all the different attributes were incredibly balanced, the formed energy equipment did not gain any special abilities. However, the plus point was it being incredibly firm and sturdy. The captain's expression changed slightly. What on earth is that? Energy equipment? Wasn't Chen Feng's energy equipment green? Bang! Chen Feng made his move. His silhouette charged forth once again. His speed was somewhat lower, but his movements were still quick and violent. The most terrifying aspect of the current him was the fact that his strength and defense were much higher than earlier. What the heck? The captain was dumbstruck. This guy had several sets of energy equipment? How was that possible? One had to know that, for every single energy equipment, several other genetic abilities would be required as support for this ability. The more abilities used, the stronger it would be. But this guy here, 2 sets? He should be at D class, right? If one of his abilities was energy equipment, he would only have 2 other genetic abilities left, right? Could it be that all his genetic abilities were a different set of energy equipment? The captain was confused. He had never seen anyone with 2 sets of energy equipment. Furthermore, for this to appear on a person who was at such a low rank. However, bang, bang, the bone-piercing pain dragged him out of his thoughts. This was real. Chen Feng's second energy equipment was somewhat slower, but all its other aspects were much more powerful. If they were to have a head-on collision, he was simply not a match. The captain inhaled deeply. This ability is something I initially didn't wish to use, he sighed. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Bang! A sudden energy explosion in the air. Not good. Chen Feng's expression changed greatly as he immediately got out of the way. Bang! His original spot was bombarded, leaving behind a huge pit. Chen Feng had managed to dodge in time, but that torrent of energy had still brushed past him. He rubbed his cheek. A long scar and a searing pain could be felt there. Hiss! Chen Feng inhaled deeply. That was the power of thunderstorms. Do you think that wind is the fastest thing around? Do you think that you are the only one specializing in speed? Let me show you the true power of a thunderstorm. The captain's eyes gleamed coldly. However, his face did not appear as calm as his words seemed to indicate. Occasionally, an expression of pain would appear on his face. This was not a pure lightning power. This was the power of a thunderstorm, part of the power of storm he possessed. It was a result of a combination of several types of power that were much more powerful than ordinary thunder. It was also a power that was harder to control. Such power was simply something an ordinary person couldn't control. His expression. Chen Feng contemplated. This thunderstorm should be something formed through a combination of several types of power. Such a power was something that the captain had yet to fully master at this time. As such, he had only managed to carry the attack out after great difficulty. This was also the reason why he had only used it now. Lightning flickered in the captain's eyes. Die. Then, bang! A thunderstorm charged forth, heading toward Chen Feng. This time, Chen Feng failed to dodge it. Bang! His black energy equipment collided with the thunderstorm. His energy equipment fell apart instantly. Chen Feng could clearly see that all the energy on his energy equipment had been instantly exhausted the moment the thunderstorm had washed through it. This was the power of the thunderstorm, capable of destroying his energy equipment instantly. The next instant, the terrifying thunderstorm arrived. However, right at this instant, a gust of familiar power emerged from Chen Feng's body. Bang! Lightning started coiling around. The captain widened his eyes. What was that? The captain was stupefied. He was very clear on the power of his thunderstorm. That was the latest secret art he'd learned, and it possessed a terrifying might. The only downside to it was that he had yet to fully master it. But this guy here. The captain shivered. Bang! The thunderstorm reached Chen Feng. A familiar power radiated from the Chen Feng that he had expected to die, and it blocked the incoming thunderstorm. That was also the power of thunderstorm. That's right. On Chen Feng's body, a brand new energy equipment appeared. With a faint red glow, this layer of energy equipment appeared thinner than the previous two. However, the power it contained was scarier, faster speed and stronger might. This was an energy equipment with a higher speed and attack. Its flaw being its almost non-existent defense. However, against the thunderstorm attack of the captain that was nearly of the same attribute. This layer of energy equipment easily absorbed all the thunderstorm power to become stronger. Within the pitch-black factory, only a flash of red could be seen. That was the afterimage of Chen Feng. At this very moment, the world seemed to freeze, with the red flash being the only moving thing. A crisp sound. The captain widened his eyes, unbelieving. On his chest was a bloody hole. Dissatisfaction plastered all over the captain's face. Many thanks. Chen Feng smiled. So the power of storm can be harnessed to create a thunderstorm, eh? Only the powers of wind, rain, and lightning are required. The thunderstorm that had been created with great difficulty by the captain had been easily imitated by Chen Feng using his myriad illusionary wind blade to create various attributes before molding it with his luck aura. Next, this brand new energy equipment had been created. More power, more violence, wind blade, myriad illusions, energy equipment. 3 different abilities that were not supposed to work together had, under Chen Feng's luck aura, started unleashing an inconceivable power, a seemingly omnipotent combination. Thump. The captain's body slumped down powerlessly. Such a magnificent C-class genetic warrior had fallen here just like that. It's over, Chen Feng muttered. This was the first C-class warrior he had killed. Hence, it had an extraordinary meaning attached to it. Chen Feng exhaled in relief. Time to return. He had achieved all he'd set out to accomplish in this trip, surpassing his limit and fusing with a new ability. Now he had smoothly entered D-class. Moreover, his strength had increased greatly with the multitude of powerful energy equipment available to him. His trip to the abandoned factory had concluded flawlessly. However, just as he was about to leave, a bizarre vibration could be felt in the air. Chen Feng had an ominous feeling, a combat aircraft. This was the sound of a combat aircraft. To rush here, they had actually employed a combat aircraft. Slowly, the combat aircraft landed outside the abandoned factory. It's the combat aircraft. Our reinforcements are here. The security members and the researchers started appearing. Bang! The door of the combat aircraft opened. Rows of fully equipped genetic warriors appeared speedily and surrounded the factory. The leader was Ming, a stern-looking guy. Where's the thing? Ming asked coldly. Here. Excited, the researchers took their research results out. These. Ming took a single glance at them before throwing them away. I want that thing. Ah? They blanked before carefully taking out the firewood. This, indeed. Ming's eyes shone. He took the half-burned firewood offered to him. Within the part of the firewood that appeared like a branch, a power he was familiar with could be felt. That was the power of spirit sea wood. It's true. Ming's heart trembled madly. It appeared. It has truly appeared. Even if it's only a small part. Looking at the half-burnt spirit sea wood, he nearly erupted in anger and killed all these people here. Luckily, he had suppressed his rage. Let's go, he said coldly. Our captain is still in the factory. Several security members shouted. Is that so? Ming said coldly. Scan. Bang. A dazzling radiance appeared. A huge probe on the aircraft aimed toward the factory. Bang. A silent ripple started scanning the factory. All the life forms there were now clearly shown. Within the factory, a silhouette appeared. That was the only survivor in the factory. Is that your captain? Ming asked indifferently. No. The security members were ashen-faced. None of them had expected that their captain and the group that had entered with him had all been killed. Only an unfamiliar silhouette was left in the factory. How regretful, Ming said indifferently. They had set off immediately after receiving the news. Unexpectedly, these trash here couldn't even last long enough for them to arrive. Truly worthless. If it wasn't for the spirit sea wood. Bring them up, Ming said calmly. All right. The researchers were all escorted up the aircraft. Within the abandoned factory, amidst the dusk, that bright red silhouette appeared incredibly conspicuous. Ming sneered. Interesting. That silhouette appeared quite young. Is it a celebrity warrior? It doesn't matter. Ming shook his head. Normally, he wouldn't mind playing around with this guy. Now, though, the spirit sea wood was his utmost priority. Deal with him. Prepare to depart, Ming said coldly. Understood, a nice cold mechanical voice replied. The aircraft prepared to take off. Leaving, Chen Feng exhaled in relief. The enemy's strength had far exceeded his expectations. With those incredibly powerful genetic warriors and that combat aircraft, if they were to fight, it wouldn't end well for him. Fortunately, the enemy's priority was to protect the researchers. as they had evidently prepared to take off immediately after getting the researchers on board. "It's about time for me to leave." Chen Feng started retreating silently. However, suddenly, he felt an intense sense of crisis. It felt bone-piercingly cold. "What's up?" Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Ambush. He glanced around, yet no enemy could be seen. Moreover, that strongest-looking young man was on his way back to the aircraft as well. Who would be the one acting against him? This sense of crisis. Chen Feng concentrated, and immediately, his expression changed greatly. The huge aircraft in the distance opened up, akin to a demon that had opened its mouth. Within, a cannon surrounded by a terrifying-looking radiance appeared and aimed straight at the factory. That was ion cannon, an incredibly destructive weapon. Theoretically, if an unlimited supply of energy was provided, it was capable of destroying even a whole city. Shit! Chen Feng was ashen-faced. Bang! At this instant, an intense radiance appeared. The whole world was blanketed by a scorching white. Bang! With a blast, a huge shockwave appeared and soared up the skies from the factory. At this instant, everyone was stunned. Even the researchers and security members were stunned as well. They had never expected that this young man would use such a method to deal with his enemy. This was an aircraft. That was an ion cannon, a weapon that would normally only be used during wartime. "He's crazy," they muttered. They were sure that this young man was definitely a madman. Bang! The huge mushroom cloud soared. The dazzling white radiance pierced into everyone's eyes. After a long time, the world recovered. The abandoned factory was reduced to ruins. Moreover, a 10-meter deep pit was created there, akin to a naturally formed basin. The abandoned factory no longer existed. "Scan it," Lu Ming said indifferently. The ripple scanned past the area. No survivors were found. "Mission completed. Let's return." A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Everyone else trembled as they all got into the aircraft. None of them dared to disobey him. This was simply lunatic. However, just as they were about to leave, a clump of inconspicuous blaze started shining in the pit. At that, their scanner started beeping in alarm. Everyone was stunned. Instinctively, they took a look. At that, their expressions changed abruptly. Under the scanner, a familiar silhouette had appeared within that deep pit. That was the same enemy they had detected earlier. He was still alive. Translator's thoughts. Limoston. Patreon link, https://www.patreon.com/limoston. Step by step, Chen Feng walked out with no expression on his face. He was not a god. He was simply a normal human, regardless of how strong he got and how powerful his luck aura was. Hence, at that instant when the shot from the ion cannon was about to reach him, Chen Feng knew that he would definitely die. An attack at such level was not something he could deal with. He would most certainly die. The only thing he could do was make sure his death was instant. Only with that would barrel rebirth work. Only with that would he be able to undergo rebirth after his death. Fortunately, the ion cannon's attack was something that happened in a single instant. He succeeded. At the moment of death, at the perilous ground, he underwent his rebirth. He came back. How is that possible? The researchers on the aircraft couldn't believe their eyes. Alive? How was that possible? That was an ion cannon. Granted, due to the limited energy supply, it was not able to display its might to the utmost. However, even the whole factory was reduced to ruins. How was it possible for Chen Feng to survive? Everyone concentrated their gazes on the spot of the explosion. There, within the deep pit, thanks to the scanner, a red-colored silhouette could be clearly seen, walking out of the pit one step at a time. Finally, the silhouette solidified. He came out. Everyone's hearts trembled. Even on the calm expression of Lu Ming, a tinge of emotion could be seen. "It's you." He recognized Chen Feng with a single glance. Not too long ago, Chen Feng had been shining too brightly. Hence, when he was in the midst of his mission previously, he had once accidentally seen Chen Feng's picture. That's right, it was him. However, after recognizing Chen Feng, his confusion grew. Chen Feng, that producer? So the one who had gotten rid of the captain and evaded the ion cannon's attack was such a young producer? However, now, Lu Ming became excited. The name Chen Feng. Softly, he tapped at the screen. Next, a mission appeared. Those who managed to kill Chen Feng would be rewarded by the organization. Although the reward wasn't much and was not worth everyone's time, if this Chen Feng were to deliver himself to their hands. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. and he looked at Chen Feng indifferently. "I am Ming. Remember my name. I will be the person who kills you." Ming. Chen Feng looked at the aircraft. "Is this the basis of your confidence?" Ion cannon, Shwa. Luck aura. Activate. Presently, he only had 32 points of luck value remaining. A pathetic amount. 32 points. Would it be enough to cause a malfunction on the aircraft? Shwa. He tried to activate his luck aura. However, the luck value remained the same. This meant that there was simply zero probability of his luck aura succeeding in causing a malfunction at this time. At least, 32 points of luck value were far from enough to achieve that. "I am back." Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Indeed, he had been thinking too much. Apart from this old factory, which used the old-fashioned electric supply, how was it so easy for him to cause a malfunction on the new energy technologies of this new age? However, something did not seem right. Chen Feng had a solemn mood. He recalled that using his luck aura to affect reality would exhaust a lot of luck values. Even causing a slot machine to malfunction back then had required quite a number of luck values. He could normally utilize it to affect things pertaining to probability and to obtain information he required. However, only 10 points of luck value had been required to cause the timber raccoon's mutation. Was it due to the mutation of the timber raccoon and turkey being too easy to accomplish? That shouldn't have been the case. When he'd used 10 points of luck values for the second time earlier, multiple turkeys had mutated instead of a single turkey. This could be considered affecting reality as well. Why had it been accomplished so easily? Yet causing an aircraft malfunction was so hard. Something was definitely wrong somewhere. Perhaps something else was affecting the luck aura. Chen Feng's thoughts moved rapidly. Suddenly, he noticed the firewood in Ming's hands. That shabby-looking and pitch-black firewood was the very item that the researchers had put their lives on the line to obtain earlier. Was it due to that thing? Chen Feng was in a solemn mood. His eyes sharpened as he started scanning with his spiritual energy. At that instant, an extremely unusual power could be sensed. This thing. Chen Feng was startled. Ming smiled coldly. "This is not an item you can touch." Bang! Instantly, lightning started condensing in the skies, brightening the ruins beneath it. The terrifying power of Ming alarmed everyone there. This was a power at the peak of C-class, a combat power reaching 100,000 units. Bang! Ming's body started changing before completely morphing into lightning. Hiss! Everyone inhaled mouthfuls of cold air. That was a 4-star secret art, lightning incarnation. This was an extremely powerful C-class secret art with off-the-charts combat power. The user of this secret art would be able to even challenge those of the higher class. Although Chen Feng was capable of challenging the security members that were in a higher class than him, Ming was not an ordinary person. Chen Feng was not the only one capable of challenging those of a higher class. Bang! The lightning appeared dazzling. Shwa, shwa. Ming's body moved like a flash. So fast. The moment he'd first seen Ming, he'd been aware that this would be a bitter battle. A bitter battle he had no choice but to face. He could not leave, as he was clear that the moment he pulled a distance from them, he would be the target of the iron cannon. At that time, he would truly reach a dead end. He inhaled deeply. This time, he truly no longer had anything he could count on. With only 32 points of luck value remaining, he had to use them rationally. Shwa. The terrifying lightning descended. Chen Feng's eyes were sharp. He knew that he wouldn't be able to face it directly. The only thing he could do was use his myriad illusionary wind blade to form an energy equipment with the same attribute as Ming. Shwa. 1 point of luck value exhausted. Unlimited myriad illusionary wind blades were unleashed. Shwa. 1 point of luck value exhausted. The attribute of myriad illusionary wind blades was set as lightning. Bang! Lightning energy equipment assembled. Lightning coiled around Chen Feng's body, giving him a similar power to Ming's lightning incarnation. Bang! Bang! The lightning smashed toward Chen Feng. However, due to the same attribute they possessed, neither was able to hurt the other. Ming's strongest power had now been weakened greatly against Chen Feng in such a manner. Currently, only 30 points of luck value remained. Ming was astonished. Energy equipment? He was able to recognize Chen Feng's genetic ability. Surprisingly, an energy equipment assembled with lightning existed, and he was lucky enough to encounter it here. Was it a coincidence? Ming sneered. Do you think that you will be immune to all damage simply because of the same attribute? Naive. Did you know? Suddenly, Ming laughed as he said, there exists a power capable of piercing through the void, a power that ignores all defenses, attributes, and probability to reach the body of the target immediately. I have named it the Void Hacker. At this, Chen Feng's pupil shrank abruptly. However, this skill is too powerful. Hence, it is too hard to control. It is rare for even those in B class to master. Hence, the success rate when I try using it is a pathetic 1%. However, a smile appeared on Lu Ming's mouth. Take a guess. Do you think this skill will work on you? Shwa. A frightening power started condensing within his hands. At this instant, countless powers of lightning started condensing, turning into a single dot. That single dazzling dot contained boundless power within. Go. Lu Ming pointed. That dazzling dot flowed along that shabby-looking firewood and shot forth before it vanished into the void. Void Hacker. Naturally, this skill would require the splitting of space. Currently, that dazzling dot split space and entered the void. If it truly worked as Lu Ming had described, the next time it appeared, it would kill Chen Feng. At the thought of this, instinctively, everyone shifted their gaze to Chen Feng. This is. Chen Feng's heart throbbed violently. That was because, at that instant, he could feel something locking onto him. Even with his luck aura fully activated, he was still locked onto by the Void Hacker. A bone-piercing coldness emerged. Chen Feng was sure that he would be killed in the next instant. He was somewhat dumbfounded. Even with a success rate of 1%, this ability had been activated immediately. Moreover, with the luck aura's activation, the probability of 1% should have failed to trigger instead. How had it? Chen Feng's heart thumped. He looked at his personal information. His 30 points of luck value remained. The luck aura had failed to work. What was going on? Chen Feng felt like he was enveloped by boundless coldness. Currently, he was a single step away from death. Void Hacker. Had his luck aura failed since this ability could lock onto the target? Or perhaps Lu Ming had already reached a 100% success rate for this ability and had merely been spouting nonsense? Forget it. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Luck aura, activate. Since this ability had already been unleashed, he would forget about stopping it. Instead, he would focus on making this ability fail its task. For example, for the attack to be skewed and miss its target. Shwa. From the void, the dazzling dot emerged and brushed past Chen Feng's arm, leaving behind a long gash. Instantly, Chen Feng's luck values dropped rapidly. Only 1 point remained. A total 29 points of luck value to skew the trajectory of this Void Hacker. That was the only thing it had accomplished. Affecting reality had an exhaustion rate far surpassing his imagination. Things are going to get troublesome now. Chen Feng clenched his fists. He had used all his trump cards. His luck values were basically non-existent now as well. He had truly reached an impasse. If he had known earlier that this trip would have posed such trouble, he would have definitely saved up a higher amount of luck value before coming. However, surprisingly, Lu Ming's expression looked uglier than Chen Feng's. Lu Ming was shocked. It missed. Even if he only had a success rate of 1%, as long as it was successfully unleashed, it should never fail. Moreover, it was released with the help of the spirit sea wood. Lu Ming looked at the firewood in his hand. If it wasn't for the fact that he had confirmed the existence of the power within this wood, he would have started doubting that this was genuine spirit sea wood he was holding. How was it possible for the spirit sea wood to fail? Lu Ming could not understand this. Currently, Chen Feng had finally discovered something as well. He had noticed that a majority of Lu Ming's attention was on that firewood. As he recalled his earlier guesses, Chen Feng was sure that the wood Lu Ming was holding was definitely something unusual. Perhaps. Chen Feng's eyes shone. So what if he only had 1 point of luck value? He could still put it on the line. Gulp. He gulped down the Aurora gene reagent. Bang. Light started swirling within his body. At this instant, Chen Feng's spiritual affinity was pushed to the limit. All the spiritual energy drifting in the air became unprecedentedly distinct in Lu Ming's hands. A bizarre aura could be felt from that firewood. It's that thing. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Rush. Instantly, Chen Feng vanished. The thunder energy equipment he'd assembled earlier, had at this instant, erupted in power, greatly increasing Chen Feng's speed. The thunder energy was already fast before. Now, with Chen Feng's spiritual affinity pushed to the limit, one could hardly see his silhouette. Scram. Minutes pointed at the air, aiming toward Chen Feng. Bang! A lightning attack was shot onto Chen Feng's chest as the terrifying power from that attack was blasted into Chen Feng's body. Even if they were both using energy of the same attribute, when the attack unleashed by the incredibly powerful C-class Ming smashed into Chen Feng's defenseless chest, he still suffered grave injuries from the impact alone. He started spurting blood. However, even with this, Chen Feng did not choose to dodge. That was because, surprisingly, Chen Feng grabbed at the firewood the instant he got near enough. A familiar power entered his body. Chen Feng's expression changed greatly. At this instant, he felt like he had returned to the period before his transmigration, returning to that library, returning to that bizarre instant and feeling that identical power within. This is the power of luck. It was at this instant that Chen Feng understood everything. He understood what the power contained within this firewood was. He understood what the cause for the weird things that had happened for the past 2 days was. Spirit Sea Wood. Once upon a time there existed an ocean with a mystical power. The power contained in this ocean was able to bless the masses with good luck. This ocean was named the Spirit Sea. However, on one fateful day, a certain tree in the Spirit Sea mutated and started absorbing all the water in the entire sea, the power of the sea included. This was how the tree known as the Spirit Sea Divine Tree came into being. The Spirit Sea Wood was simply a branch of this tree. In truth, Chen Feng had not played too big a role in the mutations of the timber raccoons and turkeys previously. The only thing Chen Feng's luck value had done was provide some sort of direction. What had played a major role in those mutations was this very Spirit Sea Wood. No wonder Chen Feng was in a solemn mood. So that was why reality had been so easily affected. So that was also the reason for Ming's success in unleashing the skill despite the 1% success rate. So, everything was because of this wood. Bang! The echo of a familiar power could be felt. The very instant Chen Feng touched this wood, he could feel that the luck aura within him started stirring as an intense feeling of desire was transmitted to him. Chen Feng widened his eyes. Luck aura was demanding to devour the Spirit Sea Wood's power. That's right. Luck aura was displaying the desire of hunger, akin to a person whose eyes had laid on food. If so, then go. Chen Feng was overwhelmed by emotions. Multiple torrents of familiar power started gushing toward Chen Feng's luck aura. Bang! At this instant, the whole world seemed to shatter. Before Chen Feng's eyes, countless scenes flipped past. Luck aura's power started radiating furiously. At this instant, the amount of luck value at Chen Feng's disposal was seemingly endless. At this instant, he was akin to a god. One could only guess the amount of luck power contained within the Spirit Sea Wood. The tree was something that had absorbed the luck power of a whole sea. Even if it was merely a branch or a small part of that tree, it was sufficiently powerful to defy the natural order. Bang! Countless lights swirled before Chen Feng's eyes. Chen Feng was aware that all this was due to the overflowing of luck value. He was too weak. His luck aura was incapable of absorbing too much power. As such, the remaining power of the Spirit Sea Wood was overflowing. If he couldn't absorb this power, it would all be wasted. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Waste? That wouldn't do. If so, bloom. Luck value. Chen Feng howled. These luck values were too terrifying. He was simply incapable of controlling them. The luck values were now akin to a raging river of luck. He could only try his best to direct the flow of the river to work in a way that would be advantageous to him. As for what was going to result from that, he had no idea as well. However, Chen Feng was confident that luck aura would be able to work it out with its own methods. Bang! Boundless light swirled before his eyes as a gush of a bizarre power descended upon Chen Feng's brain. A bizarre scene appeared. Light swirled. Chen Feng saw Wang Yao. The little girl had the same cold and detached expression on her face. Her red skirt was burning while the delicate yet serious expression on her face captivated Chen Feng. However, currently, Wang Yao had quite a sorry appearance. She had sustained injuries. 2 bloody scars could be seen on her. What happened to her? Chen Feng's heart tightened. Something happened to Wang Yao? Where? Instinctively, these thoughts flitted through his mind. However, the next instant, he saw himself. Myself? Chen Feng was dumbstruck. Wasn't he right here? Currently, in the scene Chen Feng was looking at, a terrifying power was shooting toward him in the scene. With a huge flaming sword in her hand, Wang Yao stood in front of Chen Feng with a cold expression on her face, blocking all attacks for him. Her silhouette unmoving. Bang! A dazzling explosion. Blood started dripping down Wang Yao's mouth. What on earth is this? Chen Feng was confused. His gaze landed on the hymn shown in the scene. Only at that did he discover that this hymn had reached B class, which was much higher than his current level. Around them, Ch.201-225 world. The area he could see started widening. This. Chen Feng's pupils shrunk. Bang, bang, a descent of a terrifying darkness. Streaks of light flashed past before smashing into the ground. This scene was simply akin to an apocalypse. This is Star City, the holy land of producers. Bang, bang. The whole of Star City was in chaos. Pu Liang was killed by one of the falling streaks of light. That young lady called Ha Li. And a lot of other producers that Chen Feng did not know were killed. Moreover, even Qin Hai and Yan Xiaojuo could be seen. What's going on? What on earth is this? Just as Chen Feng was confused, suddenly, a beam of light pierced the sky and descended. The whole of Star City was pierced through by that gigantic beam of light. Bang! With a violent tremble, the whole city exploded. The immensely loud sound and the dazzling radiance shocked the whole planet. Everyone in Star City was killed. Ch.201-225 world. With a shiver, Chen Feng reawakened. Now, his excess luck value had been fully exhausted. His surroundings recovered to normal. Scram. Ming's scream could be heard. Bang! Chen Feng was smashed away with a punch. Blood splattered around. He was seriously injured. Chen Feng spat out a mouthful of blood as his gaze landed on the spirit seawood in Ming's hand. He could sense that all the power within that wood had been completely absorbed by him. That item was now useless. Damn it. Ming was exasperated. No reward could compare with a spirit seawood in his hand. Damn it. His plan had almost been foiled by Chen Feng. This crafty kid here was not particularly powerful. However, due to them having power of same attribute, it was quite hard for him to defeat this kid. Moreover, that sudden, instantaneous increase in Chen Feng's speed earlier and his opponent's gaze that was concentrated on the spirit seawood. I can't continue this fight. Ming was sure that if Chen Feng was to even cause a little damage to the spirit seawood, his heart would ache to no end. Moreover, if he were to kill Chen Feng, it was very probable that those old men of the association would suddenly appear here out of nowhere. Go! Ming ordered decisively. The whole group entered the hastily aircraft and speedily left. Bang! The aircraft streaked away and disappeared in a flash. Within the darkness, only Chen Feng remained. Is it over? He stared ahead at the black dot that was gradually disappearing. That's right. It was over. With Ming's departure due to his numerous worries, this battle had truly ended. However, Chen Feng did not have time to rejoice in his survival, because the scene he had witnessed earlier when the luck values had been raging was still vivid in his mind. The contents he had witnessed, the hymn he'd seen. Rapidly, Chen Feng started looking back and reorganizing the information he'd obtained. Finally, he discovered a certain point he had neglected earlier. Location, Star City. Time, 1 year later. Protagonists, he saw Qin Hai, Wang Yao, and all the other producers. What happened? Due to a certain incident, a calamity befell Star City. In the final battle, the whole floating city was destroyed. 1 year later. Chen Feng shut his eyes. The present Star City was still in its normal state. What on earth would happen in 1 year's time? He had no idea. Qin Hai, Wang Yao, would this be related to them? He had too many questions. Perhaps. Was it an illusion caused by the spirit seawood? Impossible. This was the first time Chen Feng had gotten in touch with the power of the spirit seawood. This was also the first time Chen Feng had encountered something capable of affecting luck in this world. The first luck-affecting item he had encountered was the luck stone. And the second luck item he had discovered was the luck tree. The luck of two different worlds had now collided. He had initially believed that both of them would have a harmonious encounter. Unexpectedly, the luck stone had, in a tyrannical manner, absorbed all the energy contained within the spirit seawood. Even if the luck values were so much that it started overflowing, not a single bit of power was left behind for that wood. Harmony. It was non-existent. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Can this be considered a competition between those in the same profession? Regardless of whether both of these were competing, their encounter had given Chen Feng a pleasant surprise. Even if he were to disregard those overflowed luck values, the amount of luck value the luck aura had been able to absorb was sufficient to bring great changes to it. Chen Feng checked his data. His initially fully exhausted luck value was now at 100 points. Naturally, this was the surplus luck value that remained after the rest had been consumed to upgrade his luck aura. The biggest change brought by the spirit seaward was transforming his luck aura from a power that was vague and incomprehensible into a power that was truly able to be controlled. For example, Chen Feng transmitted his thought clearly: I want Hu Liang's position. Feedback: luck aura, lockdown is executable, 1 point of luck value consumed. That's right. Now, regardless of what he chose to do, he did not have to fully activate his luck aura without the slightest clue as to how much luck value it would consume. He now received solid feedback. What he intended to do and how much luck value would be consumed would be clearly transmitted back to him. Moreover, luck aura was now capable of making the most optimal choice to achieve what he wanted. 1 point. Chen Feng blanked. He remembered that, previously, to get the 3 coordinates, 3 points of luck value were required. Let's give it a try, then. Chen Feng tried extracting Hu Liang's coordinate. Next, a single row of coordinates, indicated with X, Y, and Z that were separated with zeros appeared. At this, Chen Feng's expression darkened. So, why had he wasted his luck values previously by having 3 coordinates that were separately listed? This was the upgraded luck aura. It would provide the optimal solution based on what was requested. Spirit Seawood. Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. A single Spirit Seawood had brought such change to his luck aura. What if he were to get more Spirit Seawood? Or if he got the whole tree for himself? At that time, he might directly transform into a god of luck. Naturally, this was simply something he thought about. Even if he stopped considering whether he could truly become a god of luck in the future, 1 year from now, a calamity would befall. That terrifying scene he'd seen. 1 year. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. He did not have much time left. The scene he'd seen earlier was too shocking. Moreover, the scene where the entire Star City was instantly destroyed? That was a city. Luck values were a mystical existence. The scenes it displayed in such a manner might not be the real future. However, it was definitely probable that such a future existed. The future was something that one would not be able to completely grasp. For example, casually, Chen Feng tossed out a single coin. The coin might land on either side, but it might also land on its edge, vanish midair, or be grabbed by someone during its descent. Regardless of how low the probability for each of those occurrences was, it was still probable for any of them to occur. If even something as simple as tossing a coin contained countless futures, what about a human's life? This incident, I must not allow it to happen, Chen Feng vowed firmly. Regardless of how high the probability for that incident to happen was, he would turn the probability of its occurrence into 0. 1 year. Chen Feng's eyes were sharp. Shua. He stood up and returned to Star City. At Star City, he contacted Hu Liang. The things he'd seen were simply too important. Star City had to be informed of these. As such, in the meeting room, Chen Feng earnestly stood before numerous powerhouses such as President and Vice President and others with terrifying status and declared that a certain mysterious organization was planning to destroy Star City in 1 year. They had a complete plan and were in the process of implementation. He had witnessed with his own eyes a simulation of this project where the entire Star City would be destroyed. This caused an uproar among the upper levels of Star City. Chen Feng's identity as the Gene Rookie competition champion was still useful. This was especially true since he had recently completed several tasks. Chen Feng's words contain a certain weight. As a result, Star City entered an alarmed state. With this, Chen Feng was somewhat relieved. However, at this moment, an astonishing incident happened. A drawing sketched by a young lady had suddenly flooded the internet, shocking the whole world. Instantly, it firmly occupied the top search term in the search engines. Why is a drawing drawn by a young lady classified as information under producers? Chen Feng felt doubtful. Shua. He tapped on it to take a look, and immediately, his expression changed greatly. That was Qin Hai. Translator's thoughts. Limoston. Dear all, as some of you might notice, the regular release for today had been put behind an ad. All this was automated, so I guess something must have went wrong somewhere. The proper regular chapters will be coming up soon, thanks. Chen Feng tapped on the drawing on the screen. It was a seemingly ordinary portrait. No superfluous coloring was applied to it. It was a simple sketch, yet it was sufficient to clearly display an astonishing scene. The displayed scene took place on the summit of a certain snowy mountain. A lonesome silhouette sat cross-legged there. His aura were getting increasingly feeble while the snowflakes drifted down, covering his body in the process, giving him an extremely desolate appearance. On the ground, a terrifying black aura swirled around. In the sky, countless lightning descended. Every single lightning and black aura were bombarding that silhouette. This place was akin to a purgatory. That is, Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Qin Hai. The one at the depths of purgatory was actually Qin Hai. Suddenly, Chen Feng's gaze landed on Qin Hai's legs. An item that he was extremely familiar with could be seen on Qin Hai's legs. Spirit Sea Wood. Qin Hai grabbed it in his hands firmly as he allowed the endless lightning to descend on him. What's going on? Chen Feng was shaken. Qin Hai? Spirit Sea Wood? How did these two link together? There was no reason for this to happen even if this was merely happening in a drawing. The owner of this drawing, this bizarre drawing, how had she drawn this thing? After checking the status of this young lady, Chen Feng was shocked. Xiao, 18 years old. She was a person with weak physique and nearly zero combat power. However, she was called a genius girl. The type that would only appear once every 100 years. That was because she had successfully fused with a set of mystical genes, a set of genetic ability that seemed impossible to exist. Reality. She did not have any combat power. However, she was able to find anyone, able to draw out that person's location and the things that person had experienced. Furthermore, it was deducted that, if this set of genetic abilities were further improved, she could easily draw out the whole life of anyone, from the past till the future. One's whole life might be a mere single sketch by this young lady. This was the most terrifying aspect about her. Due to this, Xiao now possessed an enormous reputation. As she had always been helping people locate their missing relatives online, she had received the praise of the public. Recently, she had drawn a painting of Qin Hai. Based on the description, one of the fans of Qin Hai had paid Xiao a huge amount of money to draw it. Hence, Xiao started drawing, resulting in this astonishing scene. It's actually true. Chen Feng's heart trembled. He had originally believed that this was simply some fan art. Honestly, nowadays, with the popularity of those celebrities, it was very normal for all sorts of fan art to emerge. Moreover, there was some fan art that was quite messed up out there. But this particular drawing was actually real. Qin Hai, Spirit Sea Wood. Both were real. Wait. Chen Feng recollected his thoughts. In other words, now, at a certain corner of this planet, Qin Hai was experiencing this. How did this happen? Chen Feng was shaken. Suddenly, he recalled that confident voice back then, that proud silhouette that had proclaimed that, despite the exhaustion of his potential, he would still be able to create a brand new world for himself. Qin Hai, what happened to you? There was also that Spirit Sea Wood. That thing was too terrifying. He had first-hand experience of it. An idiot like Ming could only unconsciously cause the Spirit Sea Wood to self-operate, while Chen Feng was able to control the luck value and the direction his luck aura worked in, despite the minuscule amount of control he could exert. This drawing. Chen Feng's eyes shone. He was clear on the uproar this drawing would cause. Both Qin Hai's popularity and the rarity of the Spirit Sea Wood depicted in the drawing would cause an uproar. Perhaps he could look for Qin Hai. Chen Feng was tempted to do that. In a year, a calamity would befall Star City. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Traditional methods were simply impossible to accomplish that. They could not grant him too great an improvement. Even with luck aura's assistance, Chen Feng could only see himself reaching B class. If he wanted to be stronger, it would only be possible if he increased the strength of his luck aura. This was the strongest trump card for him in this world. The improvement in luck aura would bring Chen Feng an all-around improvement. If he were able to find Qin Hai and that Spirit Sea Wood to once again upgrade his luck aura, he might be able to reach A class in a single year. Spirit Sea Wood. He had to obtain it. Besides, he did not wish for Qin Hai to die just like that. At this thought, Chen Feng looked at the background in the Qin Hai drawing. Those simple-looking sketches, at this moment, were seemingly livelier than before. Qin Hai, where are you? Currently, the whole online community was shaken. Apart from the scene depicted in the drawing, the fact that Qin Hai had obtained a large amount of new fans after the competition had also contributed to the uproar caused by this drawing. What is that place? What is Qin Hai doing? Woo woo woo. It hurts my heart to see this. A lot of fans started crying for help online on behalf of Qin Hai. With the assistance of the huge amount of fans he had, Qin Hai's location was finally determined. However, that location, God, why is Qin Hai at such a place? Has he gone insane? Everyone was dumbstruck. This was because, currently, Qinghai was located beyond the areas that were already explored and marked as safe by the Genetic Union. He was currently at an unknown region none had dared to explore before. That was an area known as the Forbidden Area. This planet was too huge. Only 18% of the planet was developed. A lot of places were enveloped by bizarre and mysterious powers and remained uncovered due to current humanity's level of technology. Hence, these areas were all labeled Unknown Area. Those were places where all technology would stop working. Humanity had never been the true master of this world. Instead, it was those unknown existences within the regions that even their satellites were unable to monitor. Those regions were filled with mysteriousness and unknown powers. Even the mysterious organization they'd discovered earlier had a large majority of their projects related to these unknown areas. Those were areas human did not dare to set foot in, places known as forbidden areas. Normally, only A-class experts dared to set foot into these areas. However, even for A-class experts, those places were still incredibly dangerous. A lot of them never returned from the explorations, only leaving behind the occasional last words, which was also how those legends come about. Extreme Iceland used to be such a location. Then it was forcefully sealed by several top experts. Only after that did the Genetic Union start building a camp there. However, now that the ice river was unsealed, that place was once again a forbidden area. Now, Qinghai had appeared in one such place. His fans almost fainted on the spot. It was no wonder Qinghai was in such a crisis. That was simply a place no human should enter. What is happening to my Qinghai? Perhaps he's doing this to break through? Some sighed. That's right, breakthrough. With his potential exhausted, Qinghai was fated to have no future. Normal methods would not grant him any improvement at all. He would be forever stuck at D-class. If he wanted to break through, he could only rely on unknown powers. Those unknown areas were his only hope. Hence, Qinghai had set forth to those places without the slightest hesitation, even if the chances of his survival were extremely low. This child. The hearts of countless people ached. Let's try looking for that place. Perhaps it is a place someone has been to before. A lot of people started searching based on Qinghai's coordinates. Finally, they found it among the archives of the Genetic Union. Only a simple description was available. Frozen sea tundra. Danger level, extremely dangerous. Development level, 0%, unknown area. Frozen sea tundra. I've heard about that place before. It is a place that not even A-class experts had returned alive from, someone said in alarm. There would always be all sorts of legends surrounding a forbidden area. On the satellite map, every single pitch-black or undetectable area represented a different degree of danger. If it was somewhere within the center of the mainland where human civilization centered, regardless of how dangerous it was, the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association would try their best to clear the danger there. However, for those distant locations, it was simply too far for their claws to reach. I'm afraid Qinghai is now in grave danger. Sigh. How many people can actually return alive from those areas? Everyone sighed. The fans of Qinghai kept posting threads begging for help online, hoping that someone would go and rescue Qinghai. As the current most charismatic celebrity producer, Qinghai's popularity was unsurpassed by anyone. Even Chen Feng, the competition champion, could not compare to him in this aspect. However, no one was willing to go rescue him. All the different powers and organizations, at this moment, sunk into silence. The single reason for this was due to the place being the frozen sea tundra. Going to such a place to rescue Qinghai? The price one had to pay was too high. First, due to the previous incident involving the Qin family, the Qin family had a very bad reputation nowadays. Nobody was willing to be associated with anyone from the Qin family, even if the person in question was Qinghai. Second, and also the main reason, Qinghai's potential was already exhausted. He no longer had any value attached to him. Fans, even the fans he had now, was something he gained previously when he was still with his outstanding talent. As of now, he was a person fated to remain stuck with no improvement. When more and more geniuses started surpassing Qinghai, he would gradually lose all these fans as well. Regardless of which perspective one looked at it with, Qinghai was simply not worth any investment. He was simply not worth saving. Saving him was not as simple as talking about it. That was not a place an ordinary person could simply go. That was a completely unknown area. At the Genetic Union, Some people who cherished talent had submitted requests to save him. From the Gene Production Association, people like Hu Liang and Qin Hai's master and a lot of other seniors had submitted requests to save him as well. However, time was required to organize a major rescue operation like this. They could not act immediately. The death of other geniuses that might result from this rescue operation needed to be taken into consideration as well. For something like this, the participants needed to be volunteers. All this would require time to coordinate. Now, from the scene depicted in the drawing, how much time did Qin Hai have? No one knew. If they were too slow, what welcomed them might be a corpse. Perhaps. When Qin Hai had entered the frozen sea tundra, he had already been prepared for death. It was probably something outside of his expectations that someone would be able to draw out his current situation. He probably had not expected that there would be so many fans wishing he be rescued. Qin Hai Rescue Operation. Qin Hai Support Crowdfunding. Qin Hai Funding Association. All sorts of events started unfolding online. The funds accumulated to rescue Qin Hai also reached a terrifying amount. Now, even the scammers were caught in this trend. I am Qin Hai. I am currently trapped in the frozen sea tundra. My account number is XXXXXX. Please transfer funds to me. I will take you as my wife when I return safely. What caused the people to be speechless was the fact that some people actually fell for this. Even males were included among the victims. These fans were seemingly unstoppable when they went crazy. Unfortunately, regardless of how much funds they managed to accumulate, not a single A-class expert was willing to act. Compared with wealth, they cherished their life and the power they had obtained with great difficulty more. None of them were willing to go to a place they might not be able to return from. Currently, at a certain base, an ashen-faced Ming was staring at the spirit seawood in his hands. He had performed over 100 tests. However, he could not unleash even a single void hacker. Evidently, the spirit seawood had lost its effectiveness. It's spoiled. It was spoiled by the damnable Chen Feng, that goddamned son of a BTCH. Ming was shuddering from his anger. This small branch was invaluable and was much more valuable than a lot of other items. He was already extremely careful with it. Unexpectedly, it had still been spoiled by Chen Feng. Chen Feng. Ming felt like dismembering Chen Feng into 1,000 pieces. He was sure that the next time he met Chen Feng, he would most certainly not let that person off. Suddenly, he saw the news being reported on his screen. Qin Hai. He had been hearing about this non-stop for the past 2 days. However, he had not paid much attention to it. This was the first time he got an actual look at the drawing. However, immediately after this, his attention was deeply caught by that branch in the drawing. Spirit seawood. Ming widened his eyes. A complete piece of spirit seawood. Although the spirit seawood he'd obtained previously was quite powerful, however, at least half of it had been burnt by those idiots. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so fragile as to be spoiled by a single touch from Chen Feng. And, currently, in Qin Hai's hands was a complete spirit seawood. This thing. Ming trembled from his surging emotions. He had to obtain this. As for the frozen sea tundra, under the enticing benefits he stood to gain, nothing seemed to be a problem. He turned his communication tool on. Brother, I found another spirit seawood. Haha. The others will definitely not recognize it. They have never seen what a true spirit seawood looks like. However, I saw one 2 days ago, despite the fact that it was spoiled shortly after. No, I have not recognized it wrongly. It's at the frozen sea tundra. That place might be extremely dangerous. However, if even Qin Hai can get there, we will naturally be able to go there as well. We can silently rob the spirit seawood from him before retreating, Ming said emotionally. If even Qin Hai could reach that place, why couldn't they? As for the manner of retreating, it was simply nothing to worry about. As long as they obtain the spirit seawood, luck would accompany them. At that time, they could leave even with their eyes closed. What was there to be afraid of? They had to obtain that spirit seawood. His plan had been foiled by Chen Feng once. This time, he had to make up for this regret. Gold City. In a certain remote suburban district, in a mansion, a group of people with pitch-black robes were kneeling in an orderly fashion. A terrifying yet bizarre aura pervaded the air. In that drawing, frozen sea tundra, I sensed the aura of a dragon. There. The bloodline of our ancestor might exist. An ancient yet overcast voice echoed in the air. Long here. Lead them there to look for it. All right. Long replied with a deep tone. Despite the fact that he had to enter such a place with his C-class strength, no doubt was shown. It was his ancestor who had requested them to enter, and he would certainly not harm them. That is a domain belonging to us. At that place, you will all receive the blessings of power. Unfortunately, I can't move anymore. The future of the Long family rests on your shoulders. The overcast voice gradually disappeared. Countless people stood up with solemn and respectful expressions. Then, let's prepare to set off, Long ordered, to search for the glory belonging to us. To search for the glory of the dragon. Roger. A row of orderly and loud shouts was the response. Currently, Qin Hai was still trending online. What caused the public's heart to ache was the fact that up till now, there were still no experts willing to move. Countless fans grieved. This was the first time they realized that money could not accomplish everything. However, right at this moment, some of the fans that had gone to the only route that led to the frozen sea tundra saw a silhouette there. Immediately, this spread online. The online community that had just calmed down was once again in an uproar. That person was Chen Feng. The Gene Rookie competition champion Chen Feng had quietly gone there. Bang! The whole internet was in an uproar. Chen Feng is going to rescue Qin Hai? Has he gone insane? What can we do? Then, everyone was looking at this with unbelieving expressions. They had never expected that, during the moment of crisis, the first person to step forth would be Chen Feng. In a situation where even those experts were unwilling to move, a producer like Chen Feng had stepped forward. Everyone was shocked. Perhaps this is what true friendship looks like. The online community was in an uproar. Both Qin Hai and Chen Feng were already extremely popular before this. Due to this incident, they once again dominated the front pages everywhere, topping all the search engines. Everyone discussed about this without stop. Countless people were paying close attention to how this was progressing. Moreover, there were some wealthy fans that had directly booked a whole satellite for personal usage, hoping that they could catch even a glimpse of what was happening in the frozen sea tundra. In the final scene captured by the satellite, a tiny-looking silhouette could be seen stepping into the darkness, the area that no satellites could capture. That was Chen Feng. He had finally reached the frozen sea tundra. Hopefully, he could return alive. In the forbidden area, the blanket of snowflakes seemed to interweave together. Chen Feng was looking at the map he had in his hand. This was as far as the navigation map led. Arriving here, no other human could be seen. This was the furthest safe ground explored by the Genetic Union. Anyone stepping further than this point would encounter unknown hazards. A gentle female voice could be heard. Chen Feng. Who? Immediately, Chen Feng turned around. A silhouette walked out from among the snow. It was a beautiful young lady wearing a white skirt. Surprise filled her bright-looking eyes. Are you here to look for Qin Hai? The young lady said excitedly. Can you bring me along as well? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Who are you? He had not told anyone about him coming here. How could anyone find out about this? Even if someone saw him and spread it online, that person was not supposed to be ahead of him. This young lady. Chen Feng looked at the snowflakes that were dropping off her. She should have been here for quite a while. The young lady smiled as she said, I am a fan of Qin Hai. You can call me Xiaoru. Fan? Xiaoru? Chen Feng's heart leapt. Hee. I am also the one who commissioned Sister Xiao to draw that drawing. I originally thought that, with the release of that drawing, I could get a lot of help. Unexpectedly, those so-called experts were all cowards. Xiaoru said in a dissatisfied manner. Chen Feng. Luckily, there is still you, Xiaoru said excitedly. HMPH. You are indeed a true friend. However, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Let me go together with you to rescue my Qin Hai. Chen Feng. Fans nowadays were so fanatical. He started studying the lady called Xiaoru. She was extremely beautiful. With her fair complexion and the unique temperament about her, it was obvious that she was a young missus of a wealthy family. What was she doing here? Xiaoru showcased her power. I'm already C-class. Chen Feng. One's rank did not matter, right? Rather, combat awareness was what was vital here. This frozen sea tundra was an extremely unique place. If one did not possess sufficient awareness, even an A-class expert could die easily. Luck aura was the only thing that gave Chen Feng the courage to come here. If a stranger were to join him, impossible. Chen Feng rejected her firmly. I beg you, Xiaoru begged. Chen Feng sneered. Since you are already at C-class, wouldn't it be better for you to go alone? It's different. Xiaoru said bashfully. I have always been training in seclusion and have never left my house before. Chen Feng, this truly couldn't do. So this was a young Mrs. here to chase after her idol? HMPH. I knew you wouldn't agree, you miser. Sister Xiao was correct indeed, Xiaoru muttered before turning her communication tool on. A screen popped out and a scene appeared before Chen Feng. How about this? This is, instinctively, Chen Feng took a look at that scene. Immediately, his heart throbbed. Spirit Seawood. He saw another Spirit Seawood. Sister Xiao told me that you might want this thing yet can't find it. She drew me several other drawings as well. I can help you find this thing. Yo. A smile appeared on Xiaoru's mouth. Xiao, that mysterious genius. Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood. However, what did she mean by you want this thing yet can't find it? With luck aura. Shwa. Instinctively, Chen Feng urged his luck aura to work. Lockdown on a Spirit Seawood. Shwa. A response was received from his luck aura. Ineffective. Since they were both luck-related items, Chen Feng was unable to use the power of luck to lock onto the Spirit Seawood's position. What if he had Qin Hai as the target? Then, he tried. Shwa. Ineffective. The ice-cold feedback woke Chen Feng up. The Spirit Seawood was simply too powerful, especially its luck-related power. It was nearly impossible for Chen Feng to use the power of luck to lock onto it. Moreover, the area around it couldn't be located either. Chen Feng had a solemn mood. Seems like I have to manually look for it, then. I can help you, Xiaoru said proudly. Chen Feng sighed. Is there a need for this? Xiaoru, 18 years old, C-class. This signified something extremely terrifying. This meant that this girl had an extremely astonishing talent when it came to combat. The faction supporting her would be extremely frightening as well. That faction should at the very least be as powerful as the previous Qin family. Someone from such a faction would be a fan of Qin Hai. Granted, gene production was harder than pure cultivation. However, for her to be a C-class genetic warrior at the age of 18, her talent could be considered top-notch. What do you know? Xiaoru rolled her eyes. HMPH. Us girls have always been wishing that a day would come when an unrivaled hero would appear on a cloud with 7 colors and save us. But is it not the same for you guys? I heard about your story from Sister Xiao. This is also how you get mixed up with that Miss Wang Yao, right? Chen Feng. Hence, Xiaoru was filled with anticipation. When my beloved little Hai is in his moment of danger, at his moment of despair, I want to be the first person he sees. When I save him, we might be able to start a love story worthy of the legends. Xiaoru's eyes were twinkling as she said this. Chen Feng. He remembered that, when he was a student in his previous life, he had daydreamed about being a hero that saved a certain female celebrity. Ultimately, though, due to his excessively bad luck, all of that remained his imagination. As for Xiaoru here, she was actually planning to turn her dream into a reality. How vigorous. Chen Feng was filled with admiration. However, at this mysterious forbidden area, was this young lady that proclaimed herself as Qin Hai's fan truly his fan? Or perhaps she had another identity? Chen Feng always maintained vigilance. All right, I agree. Chen Feng smiled. However, you must listen to all my orders. No problem. Xiao agreed without the slightest concern. Good. Chen Feng started lecturing her on what she should take note of before once again setting off. However, this time around, he had the addition of a peculiar life form known as Qin Hai's fanatical brainless Fang Earl by his side. Soon, they arrived at the proper frozen sea tundra region. The falling snowflakes disappeared. What appeared before them was an endless expanse of ice. This was the first step anyone entering here needed to take, to cross the frozen sea. Frozen sea. Chen Feng recalled the information he had obtained during his research. Xiaoru indifferently said, a powerful dissolving power exists in this frozen sea. Anything that comes into contact with this sea will be dissolved immediately, including humans. The seawater that evaporates will drift in the air and fuse with the power of lightning in the air. Hence, even the sky above this sea is extremely dreadful as well. If one goes too high above sea level, one will be struck down by lightning. If one were to get too near the sea level, one will be dissolved by the sea. Hence, only one method is available to pass this area. To fly at a low altitude. Chen Feng was amazed. You know about this? What nonsense are you saying? Xiaoru flung her delicate ponytail around before saying, I am not stupid. Since I am here to get married to my little Hai after saving him, how can I die here? Chen Feng. Awesome. Xiaoru was about to say something. Actually, suddenly, Chen Feng was startled. SHH, someone else is here. Shwa. Bringing Xiaoru with him, he retreated immediately before hiding somewhere. Right at this moment, a whole bunch of people appeared, reaching the vicinity of the frozen sea. The initially tranquil forbidden area was suddenly bustling with activity. Before the frozen sea, several dens of silhouette in black robes appeared. They stared at the frozen sea silently and solemnly, a bizarre sense of determination flickering in their eyes. Is this the frozen sea? Long focused his gaze. They had heard of the legends surrounding this place before and were aware of how dangerous this place could be. Next, well, nothing else was done about the dangers they might encounter here. The Long family was indeed an extremely powerful family in the legends. However, these days, they were merely a declining family that still had the information pertaining to some mystical past events or ancient legends. As for the frozen sea tundra, they had done zero research on this place. The only reason they had even chosen to set off here was due to the dragon's aura their ancestor felt from the drawing. Dragon 13, Long said suddenly, give it a try. All right. The youth called Dragon 13 walked out and directly sunk his right hand into the frozen sea. At that, an astonishing scene happened. His right hand was immediately dissolved by the sea. Just like that, his right hand disappeared. Everyone had solemn expressions. What a terrifying sea. The seawater here was as mysterious as the ice river. Despite the different effects they brought and the fact that the water here would lose its effect after several seconds out of the sea, it was still dreadful. This was the terror of a forbidden area. I can't resist the power. Dragon 13 stood up calmly. His dissolved right hand was actually healing slowly. This was his genetic ability, flesh regeneration. Long nodded slightly. Very good. If even Dragon 13's body couldn't resist it, there was no point in the others to trying. This frozen sea was something they couldn't touch at all. It appeared that they could not fly over it now. Long continued his orders. Dragon 17. Some of them started soaring. There were too many of them here and each of them possessed powerful genetic abilities. Even if they did not know how things worked here, they could still easily figure it out. After some tests, low altitude flight, Long calmly commanded, transform. All right. Ow. A faint howl. That group of black-clothed people sprawled on the ground as a pair of fleshy wings grew from each of their backs. Shwa, shwa. That group of black-clothed people hovered and flew away. Chen Feng and Xiaoru were witnessing all this with dumbstruck expressions. They were still guessing the methods these people would use to cross the sea. Unexpectedly, these people all possessed a pair of wings. Long family. Chen Feng recognized Long, a person he'd once conflicted with at the Dragon's Passing Mountain. That clan that proclaims themselves as the descendants of dragons. Xiaoru was amazed. They had actually chosen a dragon as the direction to mutate their body. Sigh. How stupid. Chen Feng's gaze darted around. Why are they here? He was certain that these people were not here for the Spirit Sea Wood. A lot of people might know about the legends surrounding the Spirit Sea Wood. However, it was nearly impossible for anyone to have actually witnessed an actual Spirit Sea Wood. This item was a branch of the Spirit Sea Divine Tree with no fixed form or shape. Previously, even when Chen Feng had seen the Spirit Sea Wood in Ming's hands, he had not thought of its origin either. If it wasn't for the fact that he'd felt something peculiar about that wood, he would have never discovered that it was actually Spirit Sea Wood. This thing was an item from the legends. As for the peculiar relationship that mysterious organization seemed to have with the Spirit Sea Wood and how had Ming known all about this thing, what was that mysterious organization planning? All these were what Chen Feng wished to know. The Spirit Sea Wood definitely could not fall into the hands of that mysterious organization. I need to increase my speed, Chen Feng muttered inwardly. With the uproar caused by the drawing, it was very probable that the appearance of Long's group here was not a simple coincidence. More people might appear here as well, regardless of the reason they came. Chen Feng decided that he had to cross this frozen sea as soon as possible. Xiaoru looked at Chen Feng with anticipation. How should I cross it? Come with me. Chen Feng walked toward the shore of the frozen sea. Shwa. Softly, he stretched out his hand. What are you doing? Xiaoru was shocked. You are not the Dragon 13 guy who is a genetic warrior specializing in flesh cultivation and is capable of regrowing his damaged flesh. Chen Feng smiled calmly. Don't worry. Hum. A noiseless aura dispersed around him. The frozen sea possessed a mysterious power that could theoretically dissolve everything. However, if that was truly the case, Would this shore still exist here? The soil they were standing on was obviously an existence that could not be dissolved by the frozen sea. However, it was evident that normal soil would be dissolved by the sea. Hence, it was clear that there was a layer of mysterious power around the soil here. Like a protective barrier, this power protected the soil here from being damaged by the frozen sea. This was the energy Chen Feng was looking for. Luck aura, full activation. The countless genes contained in Chen Feng's myriad illusions ability started flickering. Ever since Chen Feng's spiritual energy reached 3,000 points, a higher amount of powerful genetic abilities contained within his myriad illusions had been unlocked. If I were to produce an energy equipment containing this unique attribute here, how much luck value would I require? Chen Feng transmitted this thought. Update received, 2 points. It's probable. Chen Feng's eyes shone. Only 2 points of luck value would be required to produce an energy equipment with this special attribute. This proved that the amount of luck value exhausted would be equivalent to the activation of Myriad Illusionary Wind Blade coupled with attribute selection. Among the countless genetic abilities contained within the Myriad Illusions genetic ability, a genetic ability that was immune to this frozen sea existed. Indeed, Chen Feng's emotions surged. Then let's begin. Bang! A faint layer of purple-colored energy equipment appeared on Chen Feng's body. From his hands to his feet, his whole body was wrapped in it. Instantly, Chen Feng was fully equipped. He soaked his right hand in the seawater. He could clearly see the rejection of the seawater by that faint purple energy. Indeed, it can't damage this equipment. Chen Feng's heart jolted. He stepped forth, standing on the frozen sea. He was safe and sound. Xiaoru widened her eyes. What magical ability is this? It can ignore that terrifying dissolving power of the frozen sea? Before coming here, she had consulted her second uncle about this. He indeed possessed an item that was immune to the frozen sea's power. However, that was an item that was still in testing phase and was also fated to be an item with zero combat power as well. But this Chen Feng noticed Xiaoru's reaction. It's somewhat troublesome. Could he simply cross the sea carrying her like that? That was too dangerous. With a random splash or drop of seawater on her, this young lady here would be a goner. At this place, regardless of what rank a person was, it was pointless. The moment one touched the seawater, one would be erased by the power of Mother Nature. What to do? Then, suddenly, Xiaoru's eyes shone as she said, "Oh yeah, a drawing by Sister Xiao MHM, let's see. This one." She took out a drawing and passed it to Chen Feng. "Sister Xiao told me this drawing would be helpful to you." Oh, Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Returning to the shore, he took the drawing and looked at it. Immediately, he was amazed. That was actually a blueprint for a ship. On the drawing, everything was clearly tagged. Every single energy circulation route and all the functionalities were clearly marked. This, Chen Feng was shaken. I can even do this with the energy equipment ability? That's right. What the drawing depicted was an energy equipment. In Chen Feng's eyes, or perhaps in the eyes of a commoner, the energy equipment was an ability that took on the shape of a mechanical armor or a layer of energy that wrapped around the body of the user to give the user a formidable power. But here, it was clearly depicted that the energy equipment was capable of being separated from the user's body. A boat could be created using the energy equipment ability. After separating from the user, the energy would still be able to circulate normally. Chen Feng was amazed. Subsequently, he noticed what a stupid question he had asked. Wasn't the energy equipment an ability where the energy required would first be exhausted before the equipment was formed? Granted, forming items that were separated from the user's body would have countless problems. This wasn't simply an issue no one had thought about previously. Rather, after separation from the user, a lot of known formulas or operation methods would need altering. It was a process that was even harder than the formula improvement that Chen Feng did. Hence, no one had attempted this. But here, Chen Feng looked at the drawing in his hands. On it, all problems one might encounter after energy separation were clearly marked. It was akin to an idiot's guide titled Simple Steps to Produce an Energy Boat. Damn. The only thing Chen Feng could do was exclaim in admiration at this. This Lady Xiao was actually such a terrifying person. He had initially thought that he was already blessed by the heavens with his luck aura. Unexpectedly, in this world, there were other existences that were much more powerful and mysterious. The drawings of Xiao, the summons of Wang Chun, the mysterious Wang Yao. On top of all that, There was a mysterious organization that none could grasp. What a crazy era in a crazy world. However, even though Lady Xiao was the provider of all these, Chen Feng was certain that she did not have any technical knowledge in this aspect. She was simply capable of drawing what Chen Feng required with her ability. Boat. What joke was that? Since the solution for the biggest problem concerning energy separation was now available, why should he build a boat? Might as well be grandiose if he were to make a move. Naive. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's mouth. Gulp. He swallowed 2 bottles of gene reagent. Bang. His energy started blooming. With myriad illusionary wind blade as the energy supply, Chen Feng started circulating his energy as prescribed by the drawing. In that instant, a terrifying energy started blooming around them. All 3,000 points of spiritual energy in his body were unleashed together with the unlimited wind blades created by his luck value. Condense. Energy equipment. Chen Feng erupted with all his power. Bang. On that ice blue sea, a huge object appeared out of thin air. Lady Xiaoru by the side had been waiting for a boat to appear. That huge object that had instead appeared had her dumbstruck. You. What is this? Footnotes. 1. Recap. In Chinese, dragon equals long. Hence, these Long family members with numbers as their name have the same surname as Long, since their name can either be translated as Long 13 or Dragon 13. I had chosen to use Dragon instead of Long for them to highlight the importance this family placed upon dragons. What is this? Xiaoru was dumbstruck. Boat? The heck? What appeared in front of her was obviously an enormous battleship. Chen Feng had actually used the assembly methods of energy equipment to forge a battleship. How was this possible? She was a genetic warrior as well. Hence, when Chen Feng had been building this ship earlier, she had been able to feel the amount of spiritual energy exhausted. How much spiritual energy did Chen Feng have? How was this possible? He's insane, Xiaoru muttered. And now, done. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. With 3,000 points of spiritual energy, enhancing gene reagents, and the unlimited wind blades powered by his luck value, Chen Feng had instantly unleashed a power that had seemingly reached a brand new height. This was a battleship. To be more accurate, this was the hull of a battleship built using his energy equipment ability. The interior of this ship was empty. High-level technologies. Chen Feng had no knowledge on that aspect. At a glance, this thing here appeared like a battleship. However, if one were to be frank, this was simply an energy equipment of Chen Feng's. That was all there was to it. Chen Feng could only control it to move. There were no other extra functions. However, this single function was sufficient for it to be used on the frozen sea. Let's go. Chen Feng stepped onto the battleship. Bang. He controlled it, and slowly, the battleship started moving. Xiaoru raised her hand and meekly asked, I have a question. Isn't this showing off too much? How was this merely show off? This was simply an unbridled act. What place was this? The frozen sea. One of the forbidden areas of the legends. Moreover, due to the released drawing, some other people had started coming here recently. Now this was a place that not only had a dangerous environment but also formidable mutated beasts and unexpected enemies within as well. And what were they doing now? Riding on an enormous battleship shining with a purple radiance in an absolutely unrestrained manner. In this seemingly boundless sea, it was simply an act so unbridled no one could miss them. As long as one wasn't blind, one would be able to see them. It's not. Chen Feng waved his hand. Gulp. With a bottle of spirit recovery gene reagent, his spiritual energy started recovering. But wouldn't it be better if we were to make a small boat and cross this sea quietly? Xiaoru said with a bitter smile. Low profile might not be the key to survival, Chen Feng said indifferently. Building a boat to hide and tremble in fear at the sight of others? What joke was that? This was a forbidden area. He had exhausted all his spiritual energy and 2 bottles of gene reagents to produce this energy equipment. Something produced in such a manner by him was definitely not a mere empty shell. Xiaoru shrugged. There are no extra functions for this huge ship of yours anyway. This energy battleship might appear formidable, but it was essentially Chen Feng's spiritual energy. Even if it was enhanced with some unique methods, it was still not powerful enough. A single full power attack from a warrior at C-class or above was sufficient to destroy it. For example, the long lead seen earlier. Regardless of how she looked at it, Chen Feng was simply courting a grandiose death. "Please trust Miss Xiao," Chen Feng said with a toying expression. Xiaoru, what could she say to that? She now seriously doubted whether Sister Xiao's advice to follow Chen Feng was the correct choice. From what she had seen so far, this guy was simply lunatic. Had Sister Xiao thought of how crazy this guy was when she sketched her drawings? Bang! The shiny battleship set off, moving in an absolutely unrestrained manner. In this dusky world of the frozen sea, this ship was akin to a bright lamp. Soon, a bunch of silhouettes could be seen a distance away from them. This was Long's group. The people in Long's group, who were putting in great effort to fly at low altitude with their wings, saw Chen Feng as well. Immediately, they were dumbstruck. Someone was actually taking a stroll on this sea. Should we rob that ship from them? A lot of them were tempted. At this very moment, above the battleship, 2 rows of cannons appeared and uniformly aimed at Long's group. Purple radiance swirled around the cannons, ready to fire at any time. At this sight, all their temptations vanished. What was that? Iron cannon? They were unsure. Long stared at the cannons in alarm, afraid that a terrifying power would suddenly shoot out of the cannons. Their eyes met. Sparks seemed to appear between them. Long could feel that this battleship was not particularly powerful. If they were to rob this battleship for their own use, things would be much easier for them. If they were to act now, Chen Feng would most definitely fail to block their attacks. However, that swirling radiance around the cannons was giving him an ominous feeling. An unusual power seemed to be hidden there. Moreover, this was the frozen sea. It was simply not a wise choice to engage in a battle here. After a long time, Long took the initiative to back off. "Go, Roger," the rest answered. Once again, they flapped their wings and flew away. "Smart," Chen Feng said indifferently. The battleship drifted away. In this first encounter with a different party, Chen Feng won without a battle. Xiaoru stared at those cannons in amazement. "Are all of those real cannons?" "Naturally, these are fake cannons," Chen Feng said. "This was simply equipment formed of energy, not a ship built with technology." How was it possible for him to produce an actual iron cannon? This young lady here couldn't be an idiot, right? Xiaoru, fake? So, he had simply been bluffing earlier. "Are you not afraid that they will really make their move?" Xiaoru smiled bitterly. Chen Feng did not seem like a reliable person. "They won't," Chen Feng said indifferently. "However, do you trust me if I tell you that they will take the boat away from us without the slightest hesitation if we are currently on a boat?" Xiaoru sunk into silence. That was because she found what Chen Feng said quite agreeable. This was a forbidden area. This was a place with no rules. Faced with any act that would grant one some sort of advantage, one would not hesitate to do it. The battleship continued forth. After the encounter with Long's group, the subsequent journey progressed quite smoothly. They easily traveled half the frozen sea. Just as they were reaching the end of the sea, in the distance, a group of silhouettes appeared. Moreover, different from Long's group, these people were all emitting terrifying auras from their bodies. The very moment Chen Feng saw them, they spotted him as well. "It's them!" Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Those from the mysterious organization had finally appeared. Ming, Hao, and 3 other people he had never seen before. Chen Feng. Xiaoru was anxious. She could feel how terrifying these people were. 1 A class, 1 C class, and 3 B classes. God, what damnable squad was this? "Go, go, go," Xiaoru said anxiously. If they were to retreat now, these people might not be able to catch up to them on this frozen sea. "We won't be able to escape," Chen Feng said indifferently. At times like this, they definitely could not show any fear. If he truly turned around and fled, these people would definitely start chasing after them. "It's you." Ming's gaze was ice cold. This was the guy that had spoiled his spirit sea wood. The aura of the Lao beside him did not appear too calm either. He was staring coldly at Chen Feng, his killing intent seething out of him. This was the guy that had rescued Wang Yao. Naturally, what alarmed them more was that battleship. In this place, there actually existed an item that was immune to the dissolving power of the sea. This thing. Greed flashed in their eyes. "It has been a while." Chen Feng waved his hand indifferently. "Ha ha, I did not expect you two to know each other." Slowly, they approached him. "Chen Feng, Xiaoru said nervously. Don't worry. Chen Feng waved his hand. Shwa. The rows of cannon once again moved and aimed straight at Lu Ming's group. Immediately, they stopped their advance. Evidently, they had never expected that these cannons would be able to move. Were these real cannons, or were these fake cannons? Iron cannons? They exchanged glances and ultimately decided to retreat for now. It was simply not worth getting into a fight at this location. They did not fear that iron cannon. However, that powerful energy undulation from the cannons would attract the terrifying life forms residing within the sea. The only way to prevent that was to destroy the battleship. However, if the battleship ended up destroyed, what was the point in them acting in the first place? It was simply not worth it. You should rejoice in the fact that we are now on the frozen sea, Lu Ming said coldly. Hao's killing intent bloomed. After leaving this place, I will kill you. A powerful aura belonging to an A-class expert started spreading, causing one's heart to tremble at its might. Go. They started retreating, bluffed. Xiaoru was overjoyed. She had not expected that. Despite his madness, Chen Feng was quite talented when it came to bluffing. He had successfully bluffed two groups of people now. However, outside of everyone's expectations, Chen Feng suddenly opened his mouth at this moment. Do you think you can leave as you wish? Suddenly, Chen Feng smiled. What? Lu Ming's group stared at Chen Feng with an expression like they were looking at an idiot. Xiaoru widened her eyes. What is this guy thinking? It is really quite fortunate for me to encounter you all here. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. If I were to let you guys off after being threatened, where could I put my face? A class? Here. You are nothing more than a dog. Pa. He pressed a certain button in front of him. Bang. Instantly, a blue radiance started shining intensely. Xiu, xiu. A multitude of icy blue radiances started blooming. Xiaoru was dumbstruck, as she had never expected Chen Feng to stir trouble here just as this group of people was about to leave. She had also never expected these cannons to be truly capable of shooting something out. However, even if they could shoot something out, what was the point? That was an A-class expert there. What damage could an energy battleship formed by a D-class deal to him? This was supposed to be common sense. Moreover, even Lu Hao thought the same. Their group blanked, as they had never expected Chen Feng to have the guts to make a move against them. Moreover, he was the one who took the initiative to start the battle. Was this guy crazy? However, when the blue radiance neared them, their expressions changed greatly. Evade! Lu Hao shouted. Shwa. Dragging Lu Ming with him, he retreated furiously. Xiu, xiu. Light swirled around them. Be careful. One of the genetic warriors was unable to dodge it in time and was pierced through by the blue radiance. With an unbelieving expression, he lowered his head and stared at the huge hole that had appeared on his chest. Before even finishing his sentence, loudly, he fell into the frozen sea. Bang! Countless lights swirled around. A formidable B-class genetic warrior was thus killed. What happened? Xiaoru widened her dumbstruck eyes. Chen Feng had killed a B-class genetic warrior. What a fast reaction time, Chen Feng praised. He had initially believed that he would be able to kill Lu Ming as well. Surprisingly, Lu Hao had rescued him. Lu Hao stared deeply at Chen Feng. You, go, he commanded. Surprisingly, he led the group as they turned around to flee. Chen Feng sneered. Can you escape? Fire. Bang, bang. Multiple icy blue beams shot out of the cannon, creating multiple huge waves on the water as they landed. Lu Hao's group was evading without stop with unsightly expressions on their faces. Crazy, crazy, Xiaoru muttered. Good gracious. What was she seeing here? A magnificent A-class genetic warrior was being chased after by Chen Feng. What on earth had happened? How could a mere energy battleship be something an A-class warrior feared? Xiaoru started studying the battleship and was immediately stunned. The blue radiance shooting out of the cannons was actually the seawater. That's right. That was the seawater of the frozen sea. These so-called cannons were something with no energy shooting capabilities. They were merely extracting the seawater before spraying them out. That's all there was to it. Xiaoru did not know whether she should cry or laugh. She recalled that the last time she'd seen something similar to this, it had been at the theme park. In other words, Chen Feng had created some sort of water gun to kill a B-class genetic warrior before subsequently chasing after the rest of them armed with his water gun. Truly, what could she say to this? Bang, bang, bang. Lu Hao's group fled with all their might. Water splashed around them without stop, while behind them, The shiny purple battleship followed closely. Chen Feng had been chasing after them for a straight 10 kilometers. Hao was seething with killing intent. When had he ever received such humiliation? Chen Feng, don't push it with this bullying of yours. Chased after by a D-class genetic warrior, Chen Feng sneered. So what if I bully you? Sympathy? It was non-existent. When Hao made his move against Chen Feng and Wang Yao previously, did he hold back? The moment Chen Feng saw Xiao's energy boat blueprint, he had prepared to do this. Why else had he wasted his spiritual energy to build this battleship? His intention was to deal with the mysterious organization. Granted, his initial target had been Meng. Hao's appearance was quite surprising for him. However, even if it was Hao, Chen Feng's aim was the same, to kill. If he had the chance, he would definitely end them today. Bang, bang. Once again, several blue radiances shot out of the cannons. A B-class genetic warrior brushed past a tiny portion of the water bullet. Immediately, a huge portion of his body dissolved, almost destroying one of his organs in the process. Their expressions were unsightly. This won't do. They were sure that if this continued, they would definitely die. Chen Feng, you are too excessive. Coldly, Hao stared at Chen Feng. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? A terrifying power started condensing within his hands. He was an A-class warrior. He had a dignity that belonged to A-class warriors. Even if he hadn't recovered from his previous battle during the Dark Freak incident, even if his strength was greatly weakened presently, he was not someone a mere D-class like Chen Feng could push around. This is the frozen sea. If I were to use excessive strength, the mutated beast residing in the sea might be attracted. Hao inhaled deeply. Those mutated beasts among this mystical frozen sea are something even I do not wish to face. Are you sure you want to attract them out now? Hao's gaze was cold. If those beasts were to appear, we will be able to flee after putting in a great amount of effort. How about you? Hao spoke forthrightly. He was in A-class and his companions were in B-class. As for Chen Feng, he was merely in D-class. The only reason Chen Feng was able to keep up with them currently was because they had been limiting their energy usage in fear of attracting those beasts. Hence, the speed of their flight had been quite slow. However, if one of those beasts were to appear, they would definitely ignore everything else and focus all their power into escaping. At that time, the slowest person here, Chen Feng, would definitely be the first person to die. Even if someone from Hao's group ended up dying, Chen Feng and Xiaoru would die together. Hao stared coldly at Chen Feng. Know when to stop lest you go too far. If possible, he did not wish to perform such an act where both sides would be harmed. Chen Feng did not comment on that. Bang, bang. Another succession of water bullets shot out of the cannons. Chen Feng. Hao was furious. You are courting death. Bang. Abruptly, a terrifying energy started emerging. At this instant, the terrifying power of an A-class expert bloomed. The formidable yet astonishing power emerged as Hao stared ahead with sharp eyes, killing intent evident in his eyes. Killing Chen Feng. It was an act as simple as raising his hand. Hao sneered. I will first kill you before escaping with them. However, at this moment, a loud sound reverberated from the depths of the frozen sea. Hao's expression changed greatly. Not good. Indeed, formidable life forms existed within this sea. Go. Hao grabbed his younger brother and fled hastily with the remaining two B-class genetic warriors. Their silhouettes disappeared shortly after. Currently, not far from the battleship, the outline of a huge shadow started emerging from the depths of the sea. Even before emerging from the water, it was scary enough to cause one to tremble. Xiaoru's expression darkened. It's over. They were not as fast as those A-class and B-class genetic warriors. The battleship was something that floated on the frozen sea. Due to the current bubbling currents of the sea, the battleship was simply incapable of moving away. However, at this moment, Chen Feng recalled something. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you something. Chen Feng said. This battleship was assembled using the same energy that prevented the shore from being dissolved by this sea. Hence, despite how shiny our battleship appears to other humans, for these beings that reside within the sea, we are simply the same as a mobile reef on the sea. Xiaoru, reef. She looked toward the direction Hao's group had fled to. Indeed, under the sea, a huge shadow that was furiously chasing after them could be seen. The faster Hao's group moved, the more intense their energy exhaustion would be. With that, the more attracted the life form of the frozen sea would be toward them. Xiaoru mourned them. How pitiful. She was now sure that Chen Feng was a freak with a twisted mind. Despite his talent and intelligence, at his core, this was a guy filled with twisted tricks. HMPH. My beloved Qin Hai is still the more obedient kid after all. Currently, Chen Feng was looking at the sea. Suddenly, his gaze concentrated. That was the spot where the B-class warrior had fallen into earlier. His body, his clothes, everything on him was cleanly dissolved by the sea. However, a particular badge of his had survived and was floating on the sea. The badge was floating on the sea. This thing here wasn't dissolved. Chen Feng was shaken. What item was that? Carefully, he approached the badge and picked it up. A familiar aura could be felt once he held the badge in his hand. This is. Chen Feng's expression changed slightly. The power of spirit seawood was felt, even if it was only a sliver of it. But it was spirit seawood. Chen Feng frowned. The badge he held was light yet filled with mystery. He studied it and found that this was the badge for core members of that mysterious organization. This was an item only the core members were eligible to have. They actually used spirit seawood to make their badges. Chen Feng was shocked. Only a weak sliver of the spirit seawood's power was contained within the badge. However, if the amount of badges were high enough, the amount of spirit seawood exhausted would probably be quite high. How had this mysterious organization obtained so much spirit seawood? What was the point of making their badge using spirit seawood? Chen Feng tried activating it. However, there was no response. Only the owner can use it. Chen Feng was unsure. However, at this moment, his luck aura abruptly activated. A torrent of power gushed toward the mysterious badge Chen Feng held in his hand, and something astonishing happened. The badge in his hand crumbled. All the power contained within the badge was actually absorbed by his luck aura. Light swirled around him, and subsequently, the badge in his hand turned into dust. Chen Feng was dumbstruck. When he once again checked himself, he was shocked to find that his over 20 points of luck value had now increased to over 500 points. His luck value had increased. Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration, this thing here can actually be converted into luck value? He was aware that the power of spirit seawood was contained within the badge. He was also aware that the power of luck contained within the spirit seawood was completely at odds with his luck aura's power of luck. However, he had never expected his luck aura to directly devour the power in the badge. It was the same as the previous time. Luck aura was behaving in a tyrannical manner. Too strong. Chen Feng was shocked. The power of spirit seawood could actually be absorbed in such a manner. This was the second time Chen Feng had gotten his hands on spirit seawood. Once again, it had brought him a pleasant surprise. Hence, the first time, the spirit seawood was powerful enough to upgrade my luck aura. This time, the power is weak and was insufficient to alter the nature of my luck aura, so luck aura decided to directly absorb its power to replenish the luck values. Chen Feng guessed. With the tyrannical nature of luck aura, this was quite possibly the truth. What's up? Xiaoru was somewhat curious as Chen Feng had suddenly stopped moving. Nothing. Chen Feng shook his head as he shifted his gaze to look in the direction House Group was headed toward. Now he was starting to look forward to encountering them. 500 points of luck value per badge. If all their badges were taken by him. Moreover, would the spirit seawood's power contained in all their badges be the same? Perhaps it would differ depending on their ranks. If that was the case, Chen Feng felt like he had opened the door to a brand new world. This was genuinely how he felt currently. Luck value's recovery rate was too slow, 1 point per hour. In the past, whenever Chen Feng needed to do something, he needed to prepare himself for over 10 days or half a month. Otherwise, his luck value would be too embarrassingly little in amount. Now, though, mysterious organization? Chen Feng's eyes were now ignited. The mysterious organization that he had previously tried his best to avoid had now become the best exp farm for his luck aura. As long as he could defeat them, he could get as much luck value as he wished for. Bang! Once again, the battleship set sail. Their target was the tundra. The frozen sea was extremely huge. It appeared even more so when one needed to carefully fly at low altitude as one crossed it. However, for Chen Feng, who was simply absolutely unrestrained in his manner of crossing, the size of this sea did not pose him many problems. His battleship traveled forth speedily. Clang! With a loud clang, the battleship knocked against the coast. They had arrived. Currently, Not much energy was left in the battleship. The battleship transformed into countless light particles as it dissipated. Chen Feng was quite surprised to find that they were not the first group here. Before them was an endless expanse of snowy tundra with deep footprints on it. Not long before they had arrived, someone else had arrived here in advance. Someone else is already here. Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood. Immediately after he'd seen the drawing, he had started preparing to come here with his energy battleship. He had even arrived earlier than the group from the mysterious organization. Unexpectedly, someone else had been faster than them. Who could that be? Chen Feng was in a solemn mood. Chen Feng studied the footprints on the ground. They were seemingly left by humans yet, at the same time, did not appear human. These footprints. Chen Feng had a solemn expression on his face. It could be some other life form, Chen Feng guessed. It might have been some amphibious life forms from the frozen sea. The tundra was a unique place. Similar to the frozen sea, a mysterious power was here as well. However, due to this being a place nobody had come to before, nobody was clear on the type of dangers here. Chen Feng stared ahead. Only an endless white could be seen. Shwa, shwa. Snowflakes drifted through the air. When they landed on the ground, they melted noiselessly, giving off an unusually odd feeling. This place. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. At the same time, Hao's group had finally escaped in a wretched manner after being chased after by the beast of the frozen sea. However, one of them had still suffered grave injuries in the process. They could have been considered lucky. Due to the high intensity of the energy they were unleashing in their escape, a different beast had been attracted. In the end, both beasts had started fighting each other, giving them the opportunity to escape. They rubbed their badges. In a lot of circumstances, this badge was capable of giving them subtle aid. This was akin to a holy item to them, a mysterious power only the core members were eligible to possess. Chen Feng Hao etched this name into his memory. He had never expected that a day would come where he would be messed around with by a D-class genetic warrior. It had been the same back then at the Ice River. Now, it was still the same. This early in, out of their group of 5, one was already dead and another one was seriously injured. They were now seething with killing intent. Chen Feng, their hatred toward this person intensified. We will have our chance, Ming said coldly. Chen Feng could only act so rampantly due to him possessing an ability that was not affected by the frozen sea. If it hadn't been for that, Chen Feng would have died without even noticing how it had happened. When we leave this place, let's go. It's too dangerous here, Hao said with a deep tone. Little Tan's injuries are too heavy. We need to leave the frozen sea as soon as possible. The rest nodded their heads. Understood. Fortunately, they were now very near the tundra. They started flying forward at a low altitude and were able to reach the end of the frozen sea shortly after. However, when they arrived, they were surprised to see 2 silhouettes there. The silhouettes were seemingly hesitating, not daring to step forth. That was Chen Feng. Their eyes shone. This was truly karma. Just as they vowed that they would take care of Chen Feng, they encountered him. It's you guys? Chen Feng's expression changed greatly. Instinctively, he wanted to flee. However, it was too late. Dai Ming's furious group charged at him. This was especially true for that injured B-class warrior. If it wasn't for this damnable Chen Feng, he would not have been in his current sorry state. However, right this moment, silently, Chen Feng fished out a huge, odd-looking water gun. It greatly resembled a toy. However, Hao, with his acute senses, noticed that a long hose was connected to the water gun. It spread all the way until the frozen sea. That thing was dodge. Hao howled abruptly. What? The rest of his group had an ominous feeling at that shout. Bang! Streaks of icy water gushed out. Ming's group dodged hastily. However, that injured B-class warrior was too close. That, coupled with his injuries, meant he failed to dodge in time and was pierced through on the spot. Chen Feng Hao bellowed furiously. Chen Feng merely sneered. H. Bang, bang. A succession of water bullets were shot out while Hao's group escaped in a sorry manner. Hao stared at Chen Feng coldly. I will definitely kill you. Go. With a flash, they escaped. Escaped? Chen Feng put his water gun away in an unsatisfied manner. He could distinctly remember that the last time he'd held a water gun in such an unbridled manner was when he'd been in kindergarten. Granted, he had still been badly beaten up afterward, since back then he had accidentally sprayed his teacher's face full of water.